Sucks. Wait, hold on. Did it go off or did it not go off? We're talking about strippers. What did I miss? Deadpool came up. So I have to mention the fact that the strip club in Deadpool is way nicer in real life than it is in that movie. It's also more well lit, but I'm not gonna link it or state the name of the club. But if anybody actually wants to know the name of the club, I can DM it to you. Anyway, should play Dwarf Fortress, yeah? How did we get here? This is a trip. All right, Longdeath. So, where were we? Year 139 of the Absolute Realm. Burned some chicken nuggets. So your roommate burned some chicken nuggets and almost set it off by wait, nuking them in the microwave type deal, or by literally setting them on fire. So your roommates are real good at cooking, is what you're trying to say. Oh, okay, so the full buildings didn't. Gotcha. It's just the one personal one. Gotcha. And yeah, it's a natural rabbit hole. Hold on. I'm reading what Hobo's saying. Wouldn't you want it well lit? Well, like Deadpool the movie kind of frames that club like it's full of cigarette smoke type deal, but in reality that place is like there's lots of different colors of lights. There's lots of like light strips, and like neon in there, but it's well lit in the sense that I can see what I'm doing and I don't see well in dim spaces. But do you want it well lit? Depends on how good the acts are at that point, right? But then there's well lit and well lit enough to reflect your decisions. Yes. Uh. Also, like you're not missing much, Hobo. I'll be completely honest with you. You're not missing much. I mean, depends on the kind of club you're in, Crystal, and the people on the stage dancing. But I'm into Dwarf Fortress realms, and we're still talking about adult entertainment. Ah! Chat, is this why you like my stream? You're talking about Chip and Dale? I mean, totally, yes. Mm-hmm. Dwarf Fortress Strip Club when? What? Strobe lights lie? This is true. They also blind me worse than I already am. Do you like just talking? Well, I don't do just chatting streams. Don't be silly. We have dancers in taverns, and generally they keep their clothes on. I'm sure I definitely had a naked goblin once, like tantruming and vomiting everywhere in my tavern. So isn't that kind of the same thing? All right. Welcome back to Longdeath. Longdeath has been a mental health session for a little bit, just trying to keep dwarves happy. We can continue this conversation in a second once I kind of do a little overview. If you haven't seen this fortress before, let's just go up to the surface and do a big ol' overview. It starts all the way up at the top here with the tower. The big plan for today is is to work on the tower over there on the top left that currently looks like a diamond shape. That tower needs to get taller by a couple Z levels. We have our unicorn breeding program, our sheep breeding program, and our horse and alpaca that are very lonely in those pens over on the left. We have our natural aqueduct creek going over top of everything. We have our mushroom forest down beneath our emergency defensive entrance on the bottom. Down here we have the upper walkways, and the further we go down, the more of the fortress becomes exposed. And then here is the main level, where we have humans that are about to leave, who we just finished trading with. The forges are down in the bottom right, crafting kind of in the middle in that brown area, and we got bedrooms around the edge, tavern in the middle, which I might move / make bigger soon. Might be nice. Down here is metal storage and item storage, and down here is the coffins and the terracotta army. Down here is our nice little maze, which has our currently failed Etten breeding program going on, as well as our trapped forgotten beast. And then down here is the drain for the shower, and all the way down here at the bottom is the cavern lair, which has a handful of forgotten beasts that show up occasionally and murder all of the local wildlife. It's beautiful. Yeah, Krug Smash had a vomiting naked goblin. I don't know if his was tantruming, though. It might have been. As far as dwarves in the fortress go, we have Eternal, Apostle, Trash Battery, Swoos, Gimper, Chimp, Metsus, Anander, Danny, and Narvicious. Smash T, Sethanos, Lord Floof, Mad Hijinks, Padinsky II, Focal Fury, our glorious mayor, as well as Goldpoke II, Vinsani II, Vuzel Vuzel, Axon II, Pablo, Dragon Man, Sui, as well as Wave Thrash, Infinity Simplex, our Shearer, Black Hole, Free, as well as Cryo, Brander Buddy, Sparkly 4K, Cheers Jamie, Polking, Gate Nerd, Dreadvic, Bastet II, Hazard Jeff, Diamond Destruct, Spitalier, as well as Authority, who is our recently appointed Captain of the Guard, Brahms, Aquasar, the Squoid, aka Darren, Morden II, and Crystal Rose. If anybody would like me to check in with your dwarf, just let me know. And where were we with the stupid conversations? What are you guys talking about now? I look back over at chat, and the first thing I see is Swedish stripper. Where? What? Now, this is where I just blame all this on Twitch chat. I didn't bring any of this up. This is all your guys' fault. You're not dead? I mean, you are how old? You're only 99 years old. You're young. You were born in the year 40. You feel satisfied at work and euphoric due to inebriation and annoyed when caught in the rain. Last time I'd said that you were dead, but then moments later stated that I misread and no, you were not in fact dead. Fire alarm just went off. Time to go slap your roommate, I think. Zapdos. I feel, for whatever reason, when you say Swedish stripper, the first thing that comes to mind is the candy Swedish berries, which aren't Swedish and don't really taste like berries. But like that, yeah, you're 99 years old young. I mean, that's about like, chat, correct me if I'm wrong. That's about like 50 for a dwarf, right? That's about like a human being 50. It's about like a human being 50. That's like middle-aged for a dwarf. But currently things are lagging a little bit because the humans are leaving. Swedish fish. Oh yeah, there's also Swedish fish. But yeah, now I'm imagining Swedish strippers being like a style of candy in that kind of sense. I said berries, not cherries. They're very similar to Swedish fish, except like pink and taste like condensed sugar. Supposedly they have berry flavor. They don't taste like berries to me. They just taste like sugar. I used to love them when I was younger, but never thought they tasted like berries. I never once thought they tasted like berries. So, are the fish the sour candy? No, they're not sour. I mean, they might make sour Swedish fish, but they're not sour. Which is funny because none of those candies are Swedish. They're all very much American. Yeah, they're a sweet candy. Do you want me to grab anything else? I could use more broccoli. If you want to, since you're running this store anyway, Pilot Guy, if you could grab me some broccoli, that'd be great. I always need more broccoli. I love me broccoli. And I've been having pan-fried broccoli almost every night. It's very tasty. Although I'm out of butter. I need to get me more butter. So we're milking animals. We are shearing animals and making wool clothing. Being a dwarf, Shin Russet Amber. Which one was Shin Russet? Shin Russet Amber was the god that you worship, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. Shin Russet Amber, the Red Rocks, a deity of the ignited creation. Shin most often takes the form of a male dwarf and is associated with jewels and wealth. I actually, I flip back and forth between whether I prefer broccoli and butter, broccoli and garlic butter, or broccoli and coconut oil the most. I kind of flip around between them. I kind of like the coconut flavor with broccoli. It's real nice. Really, really, really nice. Sometimes I'll just do them in olive oil. Can we look at your dwarf? Absolutely. You feel enjoyment after playing Make-Believe. You played Make-Believe, and you enjoyed that. You're 6 years old, born on the 6th of Malachite in the year 133, which means probably by the next stream, your dwarf will actually be able to do something at some point. You forgot that's a thing? I mean, you can just take anything and mash it into butter, and eventually it'll become that thing, like onion butter, garlic butter, jalapeno butter, cannabis butter, like whatever you want to do. You could just do it. So remember how earlier today I was mentioning I was going to drop a bunch of subs? I think it started because I went from 312 down to 311 down to 302. So there's going to be more of that, I think. Where do you get a dwarf? You wait for a dwarf to be available and then you ask me nicely. And there's currently none available. But you can get dwarf emotes by subscribing to twitch.tv/blondire. Have you tried to mix coconut oil and butter? Yes, actually. Sometimes I'll use coconut oil as flavoring with butter. Like if I'm cooking something in butter, I'll add a little bit of coconut oil, just kind of have that flavoring. Because I have shredded coconut. I just really like the flavor of coconut. Pilot Guy, thank you very much for gifting a sub to Pete. Welcome back, Pete, for 20th month. Now you have dwarves. 3, in fact. Cheers. Also, investments are open. Heads up, chat, if you want to invest your tickets. Let's check in with another dwarf. How is Bastet's dwarf doing? She is uneasy after a lack of decent meals. You want to practice some martial art. So this is going to be tough. Bastet wants to practice some martial art. Bastet is a migrant worker. Migrant workers can't join the military. So that's a problem. How's Goldpoke doing? How's your dwarf doing? Goldpoke. Enraptured after communing with Shin Russet Amber, the Red Rocks. I need more. How frustrating. Frustrated after being unable to acquire something for so long. Okay. So you're a greedy little son of a bitch. How greedy are you, actually? Becomes completely helpless in stressful situations, is in a constant state of internal rage. He is very impolite and inconsiderate of property, and sometimes is cruel. He is friendly and always tries to say nice things. Okay. He is sometimes cruel and is friendly and always tries to say nice things. And he presents himself modestly and frowns on any flashy accoutrements. He almost never feels discouraged and generally finds himself to be quite hopeful about the future. He prefers that everyone live as harmoniously as possible and doesn't often experience strong cravings or urges. He tends to form quick. He is quick to form negative views about things. There we go. And he has an active sense of humor. He generally acts with an arrow focused on the current activity and tends to consider what others think of him. He enjoys the company of others and has a calm demeanor. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and likes working outdoors and only grumbles mildly at shitty weather. You know that gold poke guy? I mean, like, although you dream of mastering a skill, and this dream was realized, so there's that. All of these dwarves are outdoor, believe it or not. The only ones that get cave adapted are the children usually, but they get over it within a couple of years. Most of these dwarves are jaded. Like, this one wants to practice a craft. Wants to practice a skill. Just wants to practice a skill. All right, Apostle, what can I give you? You got none of these. Weaving and clothes making are kind of the two go-tos, but we'll also give you leatherworking. Let's check in with Seth. Wants to practice a craft. Wants to acquire something. What can I let you do? You have, like, everything already assigned. Well, Simplex. Ooh. She is interested near a fine floor hatch. Worried about the lack of decent meals. Well, what do you like for meals? Sand pear cider. Ugh. No sand pears here. Unable to fight. Wants to fight. Well, I can put you into the bear fighters and get them training in a minute. This dwarf. Everything sucks. Yeah, pretty much. Hey, Adra, what up, dude? Wrong window? It's fine. All right. Let's get the bear fighters training. And I should have done this before I actually started playing, but I've been streaming for 2.5 hours and I need to take a piss. So I'm going to go do that. I will be back in a moment. Don't go anywhere too fast. Yeah, I feel that Diamond Destruct. Screams and lockdown. Oh shit, I just dropped some frames. I hope that stops. 526 frames to be exact. For the next 35 minutes, do you have a specific time of day that things go into lockdown where you're at, Pete? We don't have time of day lockdowns, but we do have bubbling and self-imposed lockdowns. And I wish that they would just give us a proper lockdown, but I really wish they would just give us a proper lockdown. So Adra, how we doing? That one emote is like almost invisible. From DJ Von Drago. That's almost completely invisible for me. Shaded out the Wi-Fi? That's not possible because I'm on a wired connection. More likely something just blipped on like my ISP's connection because it's a cable connection, not a direct connection, so. It's kind of halfway snowing outside. It was snowing and then it switched to rain briefly and now we're back to snow again. Let's see if this is what you're actually into, because this dwarf wants to fight, so we're gonna keep an eye on this dwarf. You have curfew in the Netherlands? Yeah, we've never had a curfew here. We did have like full lockdown for a bit, but I don't believe we've ever actually had a curfew. Interesting. Or to walk the dog. I was gonna say, like, how heavily are they policing that? TMI, Basta. Yeah, no, totally Spafar. But it's interesting knowing what other people's rules are like for different countries. 18? Jesus, man, that's like summer weather for here. Yeah, no, it's -4 outside according to my thermometer. So, -4 Celsius. So I guess like, what, 36F-ish? That's just a guess. I'm not great at Fahrenheit. But satisfied, okay. So this dwarf is getting some happy thoughts about improving observation. Let's see if we can keep that dwarf from being distressed. I was mostly joking. Sorry if the, what's the word? If the sarcasm didn't come through. It's sort of like if someone's just like, we're holding hands, and I'm like, too much information! How dare you do that? Now that's a happy dwarf. Like a little bit restless after being unable to practice a craft, but like giddy while performing, fondness talking with a sibling. Wave Thrash is such a happy dwarf. 110 years old. Born in the first of Fellsight in the year 29. And arrived here in the year 107. I talked to my sibling. I feel so fond. Also, Diamond, feel free to talk to people in other languages in the chat. Just, you know, keep things appropriate. Don't just be like, this guy fucked, because I will Google Translate it. There's no rules about other languages here. Some channels are like, English only. I'm like, fucking whatever. I mean, heck, if you guys can figure it out, feel free to speak Klingon, but can you Google Translate Klingon? Have you never seen the word giddy written down? It's one of those words that you don't see very often. And stone is here, and unfortunately it's been snowing for you all day. I feel so bad for you. I know that you hate snow. But Jiha Runisted, the human merchant from, it's either Basti Peme or Nulanabo. The human settlements. Momo. We have paperwork. Yep. The first tribute has arrived from the group of Soaring. Ooh, group of Soaring's tributes are getting bigger, including Pinfire Opals. Fancy. 20 rope reed seeds. I might actually use those. Groundhog leather bag, yeah. I actually didn't know that there's groundhogs in this game. So the more you know. I wonder if they can see their shadows. Oh, it's hard to see with this. Yes, it's groundhog leather bag. Sorry, I can shut that off with a button press. I should do that when I show that screen, because if I've set full screen to have no subscriber count. Mostly for the late night streams when I do stuff for YouTube. The AEOA, yeah. Those characters are the dead giveaway, right? And this is the big one. Let me know when you're ready for me to scroll. You use Y as a vowel? I don't know how you would do that, but okay. Brick of Clay, what up? How's things? Hey, hi. You missed the weird conversations. We've calmed down now, but chat got strange for a little bit there. Or great, depending. There we go. There's so much of it. No animals this time, though. There is a willow chest, though. 1 black sand. I'm looking for weird blocks. 1 black sand, yeah. One unit of black sand. They brought us copper. Those we'll use. An iron ladle. They keep bringing us ladles. I don't know what to do with the ladles. Was it just worm meat or giant worm meat? Because they might be like those big underground worms that live in the cavern layers sometimes. Fourth lowest item. Oh, yeah, it does say worm meat. Yep. As well as an enormous copper corkscrew. And an iron anvil. Yeah, just literally regular worm meat. Many worms died in the making of this meat. Alright, damn. I mean, maybe there's one dwarf in the fort who really likes worm meat and will be very happy about all of this. Satisfied upon improving observation, exasperated after being caught in the rain. This is a dwarf that might have a hard time due to the rain thing. Out of like 134 years, this is the first dwarf that might go nuts due to rain. Because they're dwelling upon it. Just dwelling upon being caught in the rain. Hang in there, Dwarf. I don't even know what's in this stockpile, but I'm going to get rid of it because they're clearly not using it. I want to say it was mugs, but... Let's also get rid of all this stuff, because I have a feeling I'm going to need to in a minute anyway. And we only have the one pig. I need to... We must acquire more piggies. That is something that needs to happen. I also made some nest boxes, which I was going to put up here. Because this is my chicken coop slash... backup unicorn pen. So if something happens to my main unicorn pen, we will have more unicorn space. And I'm putting a bunch of Electrum, chicken nest boxes up here. The reason for that is I made them out of Electrum is because Electrum is a disgusting material that only fake gems are made out of. So because of that, I have a rooster and a chicken, and hopefully this hen will successfully nest all of the eggs in this nest box right here, and then we'll have 11 chicks, hopefully. Your ducking hair? I read that as duckling hair. You really need to, like, make your roommate subscribe to the Gordon Ramsay YouTube channel or something, because, like, that's... seems obnoxious, man. Tetrahedrite falls out of pocket. Yeah, pretty much. Also, I have to, just kind of say a real quick thank you. You guys have gifted kind of quite a few subs today over the span of the stream. So just cheers to everybody who's been sticking around and who's either paid gift subs forward or gifted subscriptions in the chat today, because I was fully expecting to drop down below 300 today, but we're holding steady, so cheers, guys. I might need to thin out the herd of my unicorns a little bit, because I do have a bunch of unicorns up here, which means we'll get a bunch more unicorn leather done. I'm just going to go select all of the adults that are up here specifically. I could do this from the animals screen, but I'm just going to do it this way so I can be a little bit more specific. And then if I need extra breeders, I can bring them up from the extra pen. And we should probably also thin out the sheep herd a little bit. Although that I could just do on the animals screen. Strange. Ducks have hair? Yeah, right? I was scared for a second. No, I was talking about unicorns, I swear. And I don't think there are any unicorns in this chat. There might be. If somebody here identifies as a unicorn, apologies. But no, there is no need to fear. At least I don't think. Besides, I thin out the herd every time I ban people. I ban people all the time, so it's fine. I might need to thin out the herd of unicorns. Yeah, it's fine. No need to be afraid. The outpost liaison has arrived, as well as the dwarves who are here to trade. So we are brewing drinks, and now we're also making meals. What do I have for crafts to sell right now? Handful of crafts which we can sell. I don't really have anything in particular I need to buy, so that should be fine. Although, yeah, there isn't much used clothing down here right now. How are we doing on clothing, actually? A brick of clay, gifted a subscription to Aquafunkalistic Booty Wap. Cheers, Clay. And also, we've dodged, like, multiple hype trains today, which I think is kind of funny. It's like there was multiple times where there was, like, 2 subs gifted, or, like, a resub and then a sub gifted, and then 6 minutes and then another sub gifted. That's happened twice today. It's like we've missed hype trains by, like, a minute, like, 3 times, which I think is kind of funny. I think you need to, re-up on the channel points for the Crypt Beer Flipped Trumpet Dog, because it's just showing up as text on my screen. You might still be able to see it, but other people can't. Here come the Dwarven traders. I need to sell some of my buckets. Because I have... Actually, you know what? I might just sell all of my buckets. I know this might sound weird, but, like, I don't believe I've ever sold buckets, and we've kind of accumulated a lot of buckets. And I could make a bunch of metal buckets. So I think we're going to do that. Not the iron ones, just the everything else buckets. And I'm going to queue up a bunch of... Well, what metal should I make buckets out of? I could use iron. Silver. Copper. Let's make iron buckets. Iron bucket. 15. I don't need that many. But there we go. But seriously, guys, thanks for all the kindness today. Also, Aqua, I don't know if you know, but that's a year. A year's worth of subscriptions, so you actually get a new hat from that one. New hat, yeah. It's a whole year. Whole goddamn year. All right, let's request a trader. Where the heck is my, There we go. I am your liaison from the mountain homes. Let's discuss your situation. There is much to share. We've updated your maps. New hat, excite indeed, yes. I'm looking forward to getting the next one. Because currently I have the wizard hat. Vocal Fury, I look forward to our meeting next year. Our fortunes rise and fall together.
Yeah.
I need to make bolts. We got a mandate. But the reason I'm looking forward to the next one is the next one's a king crown for me. But I have to wait like another 4 months or something before I actually see it. But then you felt bad that you've only been subbed 12 months? Why would you feel bad about that? Oh, shit! Sui has given birth to another girl! How many children do you have now, Sui? It's her second son with her new husband. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's 7. I think Pete was asking about dwarfs earlier. I don't think Pete's had a dwarf in here. Only 3 years ago? Seems like forever ago. You followed during Elite Dangerous stuff, right? I seem to recall the first time reading your name out loud was while I was floating around out in the black. Well, Are you okay with being Sui's daughter? Pete. Because Pete's an OG. Like an O fucking G. Even though he's technically only been following me since the 8th of January this year. You used to watch me like back in 2016. Excursion to Beagle Point that I never made it back from. Bah! Are your first words, Pete. You are the daughter of Sui and Focal Fury, our mayor, who ordered Sui's old husband to death and then married her a week later, and has now had 2 children with her. She was born today, which makes her very young indeed. She is a citizen of the Ignited Creation and a member of the Eternal Adventure of Time, which is still like the dwarven faction that I'm the most proud of naming. She is thin and weak, and her hair is straight. Her very long hair is neatly combed, and her somewhat narrow cobalt eyes have large irises. Her eyebrows are extremely short, and her somewhat short head is narrow. Her hair is a crew, and her skin is sandy taupe. Her nose is somewhat broad. She personally is somewhat put off by trade and commerce and views loyalty unfavorably, dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, is attentive to detail in her own work, and unfriendly and disagreeable. She is bothered by this since she values friendship, which means she's a loud baby and cries a lot probably. Does not often feel lustful, and generally that's a good thing for a baby, and tends to avoid any physical confrontations. She works to square this natural tendency with her respective martial prowess, and she often acts with compassion. She thinks she is fairly important in the grand scheme of things, and doesn't cling tightly to ideas, and is open to changing her mind, and is slow to anger, and needs alcohol to get through the working day. A good baby for a dwarven fortress. You almost didn't make it back. The game's a mile wide and an inch deep. I've been considering trying to get back into Elite when Space Legs drops. And I don't know if I'd stream it, but just like a little bit, because I want to run around in planets in that game, right? And looking at it has been difficult because I've been debating just blowing my ship up and just respawning. I mean, as you damn well should be. I like interpreting all those as like from an infant's perspective. It's like views trade and commerce unfavorably. It's like, well, what would a baby think of with trade and commerce? Baby would probably think, give my toy to another person in exchange for a different toy unfavorably, because I want both toys because I'm a baby. That's how I view that. I don't necessarily think of it as like actually trading goods with people. Like I imagine that from like the point of view of a baby, and that makes it kind of funny. You know what I mean? I lost around 10 hours of DF. Oh no. Oh no. But it was all a dream. Authority, you do know that you can turn on seasonal saving, right? Yeah, and that's what I liked about it, right? Was the screenshot generating. Like, I don't know. I hope that Space Legs adds stuff, but I fear that Space Legs is gonna move the focus from what I like about Elite away from what I like about Elite, which is the flying around and looking at pretty shit. It was like, oh, Bill, oh no. Oh no, that sucks. Well, time to retire the fort and build a new fort. I would consider doing that if I was in a similar situation. Let's get a bunch of plant processing going. You see, Elite Dangerous has excellent exploration. but the rest of Elite Dangerous is shallow. The thing that like, or not, the thing that like makes me never want to play No Man's Sky, and there's one fact about No Man's Sky that ruins the whole game for me and makes me never want to play it. And that's the fact that if you land on a planet, or if you fly down to the surface of a planet and fly in a straight line, it's like Minecraft. You'll fly infinitely. You'll never fly around the planet and come back around the other side. It just generates a flat plane that goes infinitely for you. That, when I learned that that was how No Man's Sky worked, I was like, oh, well, I never want to play that game. Whereas Elite Dangerous, you can actually like fly all the way around a planet within orbit. So that's enough for me. To be willing to play Elite Dangerous over No Man's Sky. Looking for your mission. Oh, like in orbit? That would take forever though. I've done that with small moons, not a full-size planet though. But I did that in small moons because it's like, oh, this is a badass trench, and I'm just gonna go boosting down this fucking trench because I want to go on a trench run and whee! You know what I mean? Supports flat Earth. I mean, not really, but. Globe heads in chat. Unless they've changed that in a very recent version of the game, that's the way it's been since launch, though, Spitalier, is you can just fly in a straight line for forever. They use tricks to make the coordinates work. But trust me, everything I know about No Man's Sky says otherwise. I need... What is my manager doing? Why are you planting seeds? I need you to go fill out your paperwork, damn it. But anyway, yeah, no, that's the main reason I can't play No Man's Sky. It's because of that fact. Because of how the worlds generate. Really need someone to go fill out. Okay, I don't want you hauling anything. But yeah, no, if that knowledge doesn't ruin your immersion and you're able to play the game with that knowledge, more power to you. And I kind of envy you, but that ruins my immersion to the point where I just can't play it. Period. I need you to go assign the job for charcoal, please. Please. I really need that refined coal. Just have to go in and cancel it after you do it. That's literally your job, is to go do the thing. Let's try assign. There you go. I assigned it, make him do it twice, then he goes and does it? Yeah, twit. What? Okay, dwarves, go make charcoal, please. Please go make charcoal. In fact, I'm gonna give you wood burning. Which means you should go burn wood. No, because I have no interest in playing an MMO. The part that you missed out of that whole discussion is the only way I play Elite Dangerous is either in solo or in one of the PvE communities. I've got no interest in the PvP or multiplayer aspects of the game. So I'll play in one of the PvE communities or in a private community where I can play with friends, but I have zero desire in playing that game in a multiplayer fashion. Do not really care for that style of game. It's just not what I'm into. Like, Dual Universe, in theory, kind of an interesting game. Would I actually care to play it? Absolutely not. I like video games. I don't like jobs. And multiplayer games, MMOs, and that sort of style of game often end up being very... What's the word I'm looking for here? Focused on keeping the player playing. And I think that that is goofy. I'm not a fan. In fact, it's the thing that actually ruined Elite for me. And kind of the reason I stopped playing Elite. Because I loved Elite, and I got way into Elite, and I very much enjoyed Elite. And then I took part in a player event. And it fucking ruined it for me. It fucking ruined it for me because I had to play the game on a certain day. I had to take part in these things. I had to play the game on a schedule with other people, regardless of whether or not I wanted to. And no. Sometimes they're even paid too. It's like space engineers I'd consider, but I really don't feel like streaming that style of thing, and I don't really have time to play it off stream, so no. Like, if I got back into Elite Dangerous, I would just stream solo, or if I happened to be in a part of the world where there was other players, I'd play with other players, and it would just be a very chill, like, I'm just gonna go explore some worlds. It bores you to death for the same reason? Do you play Destiny 2, though, to hang out with those people or to play Destiny 2? It's like the one MMO that I play, the only MMO multiplayer game that I play is Trackmania. It's the only one. And it's funny because, like, I've been looking into MUDs recently, right? Like, multi-user dungeons. But, like, those you can, like, almost siphon yourself off into an alternate realm and just completely ignore the fact that they're multiplayer. Like, you can very easily just, like, solo that shit and not really have any issues. Like, yes, you can do stuff with other players, but, like, you can also totally just solo it. Like, I'm totally fine with multiplayer games, but the second it's like, oh, it's a persistent MMO, especially something like Dual Universe, it's like, well, Dual Universe, like, you basically have a job. Like, you're immediately, you're suddenly talking about, like, oh, this is an EVE Online style of thing, which I have no interest in. Yeah, totally. Brick of Clay, totally. I don't know, I see that. I mean, me and my friend Kevin, we play Ultimate Fishing Simulator, Spin Tires Mud Runner, and Hunter Call of the Wild. Usually on Fridays. We've missed the last two, but that's why those are the games we play together, right? We go fishing, we drive big trucks around, and we go hunting. Those are the games we play. That's my those are my off-stream games. Because we just really want to go on a hike in real life. Like, really want to go on a fucking hike. We used to always go... We've gone snowshoeing a number of times, normally during the winter, and it's like, well, can't do that right now because neither of us want to get onto a cramped school bus to get driven up the shuttle up the mountain to go snowshoeing, so, and neither of us drive. So maybe once this fucking pandemic's over, we can go do that again and we'll play less video games, but till then, no. That's how I felt with Warframe 2. You get the multiple people want to get involved. But I was like, if I'm not getting paid for this, I don't want to do it because I need a job and I don't want to have a... I mean, I got motion sick real fast playing Warframe, but yeah, it's the structure of those types of games. I know a lot of people who love that type of game. You know, like that it's makes total sense, right? Like I completely get it, but it's not a structure that I have a ton of interest in. Did they? Yes, they did. Cool. They've made the buckets, and they've also made the mayor happy, who's jovial after having a mandate deadline met. Sweet. You miss cross-country skiing? I haven't gone cross-country skiing in a very long time. When do my parents still have their cross-country skis? Me and my dad used to, and my older sister used to go cross-country skiing, and we would go to Manning Park and ski up the ski hills. Yeah, no, I completely agree. I mean, Dyer and his crew have been playing that, and Dyer's been very much enjoying it. And like that game looks like a blast. That game is a blast. Like Conqueror's Blade is a lot of fun to play with friends, but I don't know, man. Why is there a unicorn here? The fuck? Where'd you come from? You've never skied? It's fun. I like skiing. I don't think I'll be able to ski much more though. As my eyes get worse, like there are times when I go hiking and I'm like, I was showing those pictures of the hike I went on this past summer. Although I went on 3 this past summer with my dad, but I was showing you guys those pictures and like out of what's the word I'm looking for here? There was multiple times during those hikes where I'm like, I don't see well enough to hike up this part of this trail. Or I need better eyesight to feel safe hiking up this trail is more like what it is. There we go. This dwarf will fix themselves by training. She was exhilarated after a sparring session and felt satisfied upon improving observation. It's good stuff. Something wrong about butchering a barn owl. That's just fucked up. It's less surprised trees, actually, and more snowboarders sitting down on the track. Like, I'm more afraid about hitting other people on the ski hill than trees. Much more concerned about hitting other people.
Bring out your dead!
And the skiing kids. Sure, yeah, that too. I'm looking to see if this dwarf has any clothing that's gone bad. No, not really. Let's make leather caps. 50 leather caps. And if I happen to have enough... How much unicorn leather? Yeah, I think I might have enough unicorn leather. But Hobo, fortunately, you know, that Bannerlord actually, I was watching some Bannerlord stream the other day, and Bannerlord's looks like it's improved a lot. Like, that game looks a lot better than it did at an initial launch. Also, Dyson Sphere program has overwhelmingly positive reviews. Good shit. People seem to really like that game. Good to see. Oh, really? Dodging a 10-year-old. Was the 10-year-old like sitting down on the track, or was the 10-year-old like doing a good job sitting there? Like, was the 10-year-old actually skiing, or was they, or was they? That's the sentence. Or were they just like sitting there? Speaking of skiing, Snowtopia is actually coming out. I remember seeing this game on itch like years ago. Oh, 10-year-old turned hard unexpectedly? I getcha. I remember seeing that game like in early development eons ago. Weird Goblins is publishing it. That's odd. Mostly babysitting this one dwarf today. So what we need this dwarf to have happen is we need this dwarf to have enough positive moods that it overwrites the fact that this dwarf is still exasperated about being caught in the rain, and that'll flip them around and fix them. So we need to get them remembering other things that is not being caught in the rain. When you French fry when you should pizza, you have a bad time. What, when skiing? Yes. Skiing is definitely a sport that's not about food. Don't French fry when you should pizza. That's a bad. Hey, why is my piggy down here? What the fuck? You're really a danger to everyone in a 100-meter radius on the mountains. Yeah. Yeah, no, totally. I do really enjoy skiing, though. I do. I like cross-country skiing and downhill skiing, but... Yeah, no, it is. I'm glad I got to go skiing a number of times when I was younger, and I got good enough that I never got to the point where I could confidently go down black diamonds, but I definitely got good enough that I could do most everything else. And yeah, I kind of I miss it. It was fun. It's good times. Making those masterpiece unicorn leather caps. Would you look at that? I hope that my dwarves are going to be running around wearing masterpiece unicorn leather hats. I've also done that, actually. It's kind of fun, Pilot. I've hiked up quite a few ski hills, actually, in the summer. A wild boar hoof bracelet. Wonder what that would be like if they'd like carve it into little links and make like a bone linked bracelet, or if they do something else with it. I think we might be stable enough now, though, that we could actually... Bucklers. I think we might be stable enough now that we can actually go do other things for a little bit, though. Safely. I guess. It'd be like a single bracelet. How big are wild boar hoofs? That, or like hollow it out and then cut it down the middle and then stitch the two halves together with like some sort of fabric, so you have like a bit of fabric there to give you a little bit more hand space to put it on and take it off. Or like a strap so you could like clip it around. Yeah, you could do that. Board De Beers, what up, dude? Those things. troll appears to be fighting with gravity. I was correct. The troll's left upper arm takes the full force of the impact, bruising the muscle. The troll's lower body takes the full force of the impact, bruising the fat. The troll is no longer stunned. The troll stands up. Yep. Or they're not telling us something. Zapdos. I mean, every single one of the first 7 are dead at this point. I mean, this is oh, the game just saved, but I got to show you the fan favorite piece of artwork that a dwarf drew, which is a horse colliding with an obstacle. Which I didn't design myself. The game designed it. It's an event that happened. A horse fell off the wall. It went splat and died. It's right down here. Engraved on the wall is an exceptionally designed image of a horse by Eternal. The horse is falling. The artwork relates to the collision of a horse with an obstacle in Longdeath in the mid-autumn of 31. Because a buzzard dive bombed one of the dwarven trade caravan, and the horse fell off the wall and went splat. There you go. Yep. Yep, that's it. That's it. Was trying to be a Pegasus, and it didn't work so well. Certainly didn't work so well. Also, investments are open if you wish to invest your tickets, chat. Can you disable the visuals of engraved walls? Yes, you can. But you have to go all the way down into the settings. If you want to... I mean, I don't know how to do this in DF hack, but... But if you want to disable the visuals of engraved walls, the way you do that is you go into your DF install, go to data, you go to init, and then I think it's in dinit, although I could be incorrect. There you go. Engravings start obscured. If you get annoyed by seeing, or rather, if you like your engravings to start off looking the same, you can toggle them individually later or set this to yes. But if you set this to no, then they will be invisible by default, if I'm not mistaken. And then you can toggle them to be visible from within the game. Or if I close this, I think there's a way to disable them visually by selecting them, but I'm not entirely sure how to do that. Regardless, that's how you disable the visuals within the settings, is you just set that to no instead of yes. pretty simple, really. Forgotten Beast is clearly fighting with a Forgotten Beast, I think? Or no, a cave crocodile, not a Forgotten Beast. Boof! There we go. There is no longer a cave crocodile there. There is, however, a giant glass humanoid. Beware its deadly dust. It worked on my screen. Zapdos. Bankrupt again? RIP. Did you all in? Oh. I thought you were talking about the emote. Keytrax, hello. How are you? You know, it's funny that we were talking about synthesizers and stuff yesterday, Keytrax, and another person in the stream has been like, "Oh, by the way, I write noise." There's so many people who have like synthesizers and are writing their own music. It's actually kind of amazing. So many people who watch this stream who just, you know, produce their own music. It's kind of cool. I mean, it's quite the hobby. There's that. Do any of them stream? I know one who does. But don't worry, I'll be streaming that shit eventually. Because literally, like, yesterday I ordered a Moog Mother 32. Literally yesterday. You love accordions? Wait, why? I saw this one Russian streaming himself just taking song requests and playing accordion once. Why else would they be here? These are the most common overlaps I see with this stream, right? There are people who, okay, so there's there's a lot of comp sci majors and programmers who watch this stream. There's a lot of music nerds who watch this stream, like vinyl nerds and like physical music people and like vintage music people, and there's a lot of people who own synthesizers who watch this stream. Those are like kind of the three main crossovers I see, or like people who are very heavily into some form of music production. The Wiggles? Really? I remember seeing the Wiggles once during a family camping trip where like our entire extended family went camping at the same time. And I was in my cousin's trailer, and one of my cousins was watching the Wiggles. It was my only time ever seeing the Wiggles, and I was like 2 years too old for it, and just going, what the fuck is this shit? This is the dumbest shit I've ever seen in my life, and I still feel that way. And you're a DJ. There we go. There you go. I mean, well, there still is the unironic joke that I want to start a record label. Like, that's not a joke. That is something I want to do, but the fucking pandemic happened. So it's like, well, maybe not the best time to be doing limited runs of records and cassettes. And you just installed VCV Rack? I've been fucking around with VCV Rack for a bit, although I keep getting frustrated with the limitations of it. That being said, I think I might still use VCV Rack because there's a module you can get which lets you plug your modules directly into your PC. It basically gives you USB out, and then you can use modules in VCV rack with a Euro rack. You know a guy with 10 plus labels? I mean, I don't need 10 plus, but just a music label's plenty. I mostly just want to do physical releases of music. But so I can have the rights to play it on stream. To a mobile phone? Good shit. Man, okay, so someone needs to like get a Nokia phone and rip the sound chip out of that. Make that happen. I don't know what you're talking about, Zapdos. Who's the blue guy? We can do it. This channel is gonna hive mind a record label into existence, Ryan. Just wait. It's gonna happen. We're gonna hive mind. Okay, two things we're gonna hive mind into existence. At some point, this channel is just going to like hive mind a video game into existence. It's gonna happen. And we're also going to hive mind a record label into existence. Wiggles? Okay. You're just like off in a different world, and I was like, what are you talking about? Right. Okay. I remember a pirate with like weird like cufflinks that could make him travel through time. That's about as far as I made it into the Wiggles, and I was like, this is too strange for me. You want to practice a craft? All right, that's enough of you guys training. No, not you. You. You guys go take a break. All right, and Simplex, I need to take you off of sheep shearing because that's not a good craft for you at all. It's about as strange as the Teletubby era gets. I mean, I also never got into the Teletubby era, so like there's that. Bastet's telling the story of how the dwarf Astro Banjos became the sheriff of the Eternal Adventure of Time in the year 38. Legendary tale, in fact. I'm just gonna go prep my lunch stuff. I'll be back in a sec. I know this. I actually don't. Hey, B-Lug. B-Lug, have you been sleeping better? Last time we really chatted, you're just like, I'm dead, and I haven't slept in days. So I hope things are better over there. I mean, for those of you who maybe missed this, where did I save it? I mean, this is a thing that got made once. And, like, if you don't know what that is, that's a center for a record. So, that is a thing that got made. That is a thing I still want to do. But then a pandemic happened and things got busy. And hello, Lore. How are you? Me and B-Lug will make that happen. Although I think releasing cassettes first would be cheaper. Like, that's still a thing I want to have. Still a thing I want to make happen. Still a thing. But, like, you know. And I'd be totally down to do limited releases of, like, weird noise music and stuff. I don't know if B-Like would be, but that's because, like, there's one thing that I've learned after all of my time doing this. I think I know how to manage a community. And I'm not bad at marketing. Isn't all you need is a tape recorder and a band? If you want to be super DIY about it, yeah. In theory. If it gets shipped to Europe, you'd buy it. I mean, there's 3 formats I'd want to release music on. If I were to, if once that came to fruition, there's 3 formats I'd want to release on. Well, technically 4, actually. I'd want to release on cassette, release on record, and release digitally. But alongside of digitally, I'd also want to do a collector's digital release, which would essentially be you get a code to download it on Bandcamp, but you'd also get a nice box with a small mini USB stick with the FLAC files on it. Or rather, every format. So like WAV, MP3, FLAC, etc. For somebody who wants a physical item that is digital. So if you don't have a digital release, you could still get a nice case if you want it. You'd probably be okay with it. But here's the thing, right, B-Lug? That is such a niche market. I don't know how well it would sell. So with that sort of thing, like you need to be able to sell out of it, right? Otherwise, you're just wasting money at that point. They're sure that you have a record player somewhere. We got one right here. Is a person with a master in musicology any good for you? Who are you asking for? Or put something on Bandcamp, you'd buy it? I mean, most likely, once I get the actual Eurorack setup I want, that I'm kind of building in my head, hypothetically, Lore, the kind of music I would most likely release on Bandcamp personally is probably going to end up being weird ambient shit in like hour-long mixes. I'm going to stay away from the harsh noise realm of things, but it would probably just be like, here's an hour of synth sounds. You're on Bandcamp? Link your shit. So where did your dwarf go? I'm looking for a particular dwarf and I can't find him now. Did your job change, dwarf? Must have. Or the dwarf that I'm looking for died. I don't think they did, though. So now I'm like, what happened to you? Also, how's Free doing? This dwarf was really depressed as a child and is now just like totally fine aside from the part that he wants to fight. But I mean, I've found like a dozen, so. It's so Vocaloid. It's Vocaloid shit. We'll post it on music section of Discord. I'll take a look afterwards. Harsh noise is more your thing? Yeah, that's more Rhine's thing. So when we do limited releases of Rhinestone's music, that'll be the harsh noise. I mean, most of the things that I do on this stream are things that we initially joked about in this format. You know, like when I talk about things like this, give me a year and I'll do it, right? Like I would say it was probably about spring 2018 when I started joking about having a record player on stream. Fast forward, what? 2020? It was like it was like Christmas 2019. By the end of 2019, I had a record player on stream. It took me like a year and a half. Curious about what kind of blocks I have. Got a buttload of mudstone again. Where the fuck did that come from? All right, well, I'll just let them make that. Knowledge is nonsense and useless. I think so. Some people are so wrapped up in themselves. But knowledge is nonsense and useless is a joke. And now we're talking about... I've ordered a synthesizer. The first part of my Eurorack setup has been ordered, my dude. Like, we're beyond just joking about synthesizers. Or talking about synthesizers. Like, I've ordered the first piece, which is a Mother 32 from Moog. It's gonna be some weirdo shit. I'm looking forward to listening to your weirdo shit, Ryan. Yeah, Redbeard. I just like that this is the Dwarf Fortress stream. You use FL Studio? I have a lifetime license for FL Studio. So technically I have FL Studio, but I prefer Ableton. It was bought for me as a Christmas gift years ago. Birthday gift? Christmas gift? Can't remember. One of the two. I also technically have a lifetime license for Finale, which is for writing classical music. Cheers, Jamie's depressed. Nani? Well, it's time to get the main squad fighting again, because Cheers, Jamie is one of the head dwarves in that squad, and fighting is the one thing that makes you happy. Simplex is still down. Restless after being unable to practice a craft. What can I get you doing? Socializing is helping. Instruments are expensive? Instruments are complicated. But the main reason I'm leaning towards instruments is because I want to get back into music, right? I'm losing my eyesight, if I didn't say that enough already today, right? Instruments and dials I can use with my eyes closed. Software gets more challenging. So I'm leaning towards physical stuff because as somebody who's used FL Studio and other digital music production programs, Unicorn Heart Roast, excellent. Unicorn Intestines, perfect. This is what I like to see. Look at that chef cooking all the bits and pieces of the unicorn up. Anyway, but software gets complicated. Also, digital oscillators and synthesizers for digital music production software, unless you're getting it from Sweden and stealing it, that shit ain't cheap. Like those, like you're still looking at like a lot of money for those digital synths, and buying a legal copy of FL Studio ain't cheap, right? Like that software isn't that much cheaper. Like yes, it's cheaper, but it's not that much cheaper. So when I look at it, I'm like, well, this is software I can only use for X amount of time. Like, and yes, there's lots of free software out there. So for me, it's like, yeah, see, and I refuse to do that, Laura, right? So Like if you want to live that life and you want to get stuff from Sweden, you do you. But I won't do that. So for me, it's very much a, well, open source, okay, free, okay, and stuff that's legally available isn't limited necessarily, but it's, I don't have as many options. So I would rather slowly purchase physical instruments and learn them perfectly and know exactly what I'm doing. Also, Lore, like from my point of view, this is all business investments. Like I'm investing in this with the intention of using it as a method of income, or alternatively working it into my stream in some way, which is my main source of income. So I would 3D print a fucking car if I could. Trumpet dog. So for me, it's very much a, I'm looking at this as a business thing. If you're making money off of something, you should pay for it. Straight up. Like if you're selling music online, you should pay for all of that software because you are in legal, weird areas. But if you're just like fucking around and trying to use stuff and posting stuff on YouTube and giving it away for free, who fucking cares? At that point, like mess around, do what you want to do. But like, for me, it's like if I'm looking at something and going like, this is probably either going to be a source of income or something that I'm using as part of my source of income, I'm going to do this as legally as possible. And owning my own physical hardware is something I can learn to use and be able to use as my eyes get worse. So thank you to those of you who support me on Patreon and support me on Twitch, because you guys have given me enough financial confidence to be able to make an investment in synthesizers, which is crazy. Yes, it also extends the size of my workspace and extends the size of my office so I can write off more of my square footage of my apartment, or square meters, whatever you prefer. Rockstar blind? I ain't no fucking rockstar, my dude. Come on. Come on. I ain't no fucking rock star. I'm just somebody who knows a little bit about music, who likes music. Oh shit, we finally powered through all of our logs. That's good. Oh, I canceled the wrong thing. Let's just do another 100 rock blocks. So I need more diorite, specifically. Nice and diorite. So we're going to mine out a bunch of stuff down here. This is all nice down here. Because I have plenty of mudstone. It's all mudstone up on the surface. So we're going to mine out a bunch more down here. Because I need nice granite and diorite. Hope you got a big knee. What do you mean by an E? I don't know what you mean by that, gold poke. Oopsies. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know what that means. I've read it twice and I don't know what it means. As a software engineer, you've worked with 4 excellent blind devs in 25 years. There are solutions for your vision. Oh, no, there definitely is. And I've researched a lot of that stuff, and I'm pretty familiar with a lot of that software. I prefer physical. Like, if given the option, I will take the physical item that I can learn to use and just use with my hands. There certainly are many, and like something I've been doing off stream is I've been learning to use my phone with my eyes closed. I've got lots of time. I just want to be good at it, to be clear. Like I've got easily 15 to 20 years of eyesight left, and who knows, by then they will hopefully have like some sort of fix for this shit, even though they don't currently. But it's something that like I'm aware of, and something that I've researched, and something that I'm doing my best to learn as much about as possible, as frequently as possible, So I hopefully am aware of my options by the time that becomes like a looming issue instead of just that's an issue that I'm worrying about, right? Mecha blinding, maybe. Yeah, no, my eyes are degrading. And my eye doctor says somewhere between 10 and 20 years, my eyesight will be mostly gone. And springtime has arrived, which means people can die. Which means we are now at year 135. Also, I'm just going to DM Clinodev. Because he's told me to DM him. Also, if you want, you can post the thing that you DM'd me in the music section of the Discord. If you want. I got no problem with people posting their band camps. Learning Braille, a little bit. Braille is pretty easy, though. I messed with Braille for about a month, a couple of years ago, and more or less figured the basics out in, like, a couple of days. It's not hard. Braille's pretty easy. You've heard that bionic eyes are apparently getting better? I mean, like, everything's apparently getting better surprisingly quick. But that's one of those things where it's like, the technology might be almost there, sure. The software and the hardware might be almost there. They might almost be at clinical trials. But it's one of those things where it's like, I'll believe it when I see it. When it's trusted and known to work, and I'll believe it when it's something I can get with my health insurance covering it, right? Like, my nerves? Nah. Nah, everything at the back of my eyes degrading, my dude. The nerves in my eyes are dying because of diabetes and blood sugar, but that's something that can be fixed with injections. And I think I've actually had something to correct that already a number of years ago. My retinas are detaching slowly. That's the main problem, because the retinas in both my eyes are deformed, which is the connection between the back of your eye to your brain. The lenses on this eye specifically is slipping and will need surgery in a couple of years. The lens in this eye is starting to slip, but will be fine probably for the most of my life, unless I get hit in the head, which hopefully doesn't happen. But I will probably need surgery on this eye sometime in the next 3 to 5 years. Just to keep the lens from falling off. Did a buck rabbit just fall? What? I feel like animals are like climbing up my wall and then falling into the fortress because I keep getting these random like animal fighting with itself. Buck rabbit gets the full force of the impact. It's like, what just happened? Braille on a large display and then play DF. I don't need to do that yet. Like my vision is better than that. I will certainly be able to play Dwarf Fortress for a good long time. Gonna make for some epic engravings. Oh, I hope that they draw more engravings of animals colliding with things. You know it's something I kind of want to do? Because we were talking about names for music projects earlier. I kind of want to write all of the titles and the names of my songs in Braille. Kind of want to do that. But then no one would ever be able to find it. Also, just a heads up, Stone, if you're lurking, we have a merchant here who's delivering very slowly delivering a parcel from the humans. That's half the fun of Witch House, is trying to like decipher the names of the songs. It's like, I'm sorry, what the fuck? I mean, I found an electronic artist recently on Spotify, and all of the songs are Morse code. So all of the name of the group and all of the songs are written in Morse code. Which is actually really cool. And the entire description of the band or the group, I guess, is in Morse code. And I haven't bothered to translate any of it. So I have no idea what any of the songs are called, but I like it quite a bit because it's catchy. Some bops in there. Also, this person is named Naked with an X. Naked? That's an interesting name. I'm not familiar with Dungeon Synth. I don't know if Stone is here, so I'm just going to screenshot this for him. No, just write the title in Braille, and then the song titles will just be key signatures. So 4x4, 4-8. Like the number 4, the number 8. Just written out in Braille. Oh, you were lurking in another tab? Sorry. So anyways, it's up on the Discord if you want it. We'll sell these elves clothing they can wear and they can't wear. I'm sure they'll appreciate it. I need to check if my nobles need anything. They brought me large iron low boots. Well, I can just sell those. In before one of these has wood encrusted on it for some reason. D&D type moog music? Interesting. If dark ambient music emerged in the late 1980s... Oh, I think I know what you're talking about now. I didn't realize people classified that as its own thing, but interesting. No, I think I know. I think now that you said that it emerged in the 1980s and 90s, I think I know what you're talking about. Like fantasy sounding synth music, basically. But yeah, no, I couldn't agree more with that being half of the fun of Witch House. Half of the fun of Witch House is just trying to figure out what the fuck the titles are. It's also kind of part of the fun of black metal bands. It's like, I'm sorry, what? What's your band called? Blat. You're more into synth pop and retrowave and synthwave? Gotcha. The basic stuff. I really like retrowave and synthwave. I think that stuff's fun. I listen to quite a bit of synth pop. I really like drone. I like noise, harsh noise, white noise. I also very much enjoy kind of the dark synth stuff. I also really like dark ambient and ambient. So, you know, like your Aphex Twin, your Boards of Canada, that kind of stuff. I like space ambient. So things like Stellar Drone, that sort of like just blah stuff. I really enjoy Wall of Noise. I like alt rock that uses a lot of synthesizers. I've been listening to a lot of metal bands that use Eurorack stuff. I don't know. If it's weird music, I'm in. Just sign me up. I'll listen to it. Like I don't really limit any genres. I think when people are like, I listen to these three. Like, Giant Swan is kind of a weird industrial thing. Like, I really like Giant Swan. I like a lot of industrial. Like, for me, it's like when music is interesting, I'll listen to it. If it's not interesting, I'm not going to listen to it. I'm sorry, Dance with the Dead is fucking boring. But, like, you can find music that fits into the synthwave subgenre that's interesting and neat. Like, I really like the stuff Mitch Murder does. But, like, for every great, interesting, fascinating band, there's going to be a handful of them that are mind-numbingly dull. That could be better, right? And also, I don't think Giant Swan's as out there as you seem to say. Like, to me, Giant Swan is kind of basic in a weird way. Like, they do certainly have weird stuff, but another group that I really like that I don't talk about much on stream and don't mention very frequently, but if you're into weird music, I would recommend checking out, what's this made out of? I would heavily recommend checking out Fuck Buttons. They're not super weird, but they do this, they have this like wall of sound feeling to them that I really like. Big fan of groups and musical acts and performances that can make their sound just sound like a wall. Love that shit. You used to think that lo-fi was low-range Wi-Fi? I could see that. Okay, it was an iron bin. I didn't need to worry about that, but to make pigtails grow all year. No. Oh my god. Why would I do that? No, pigtails grow seasonally, as they should. And when this stockpile here fills up with pigtails, we make pigtail cloth. And I have... The game's going to lag for a second here when I hit the blocks spot, because there's 17,569 blocks in this map. That shouldn't take too long. I was thinking about it. There we go. If I go down to cloth, 731 pigtail cloth. And then I also have llama and sheep. We used to have a bunch more, but I was using it. In that case, you got some lo-fi at home. Lo-fi at home. This is just like grandma's calling Wi-Fi Wi-Fi. You know what I mean? But yeah, why do you ask, Omega Zeta? Are you asking like how I have so much pigtail stuff, or was that just like a curio question? All right, I can turn that main squad back on and get them training again, which I think they still are. Yes. Does Bluetooth stream on YouTube 24/7? There's so many 24/7 lo-fi streams. It's like not even funny. You pronounce it as Wi-Fi? Oh, really? Huh. It was like always this. Oh, the game paused. Dragon Man has given birth to a boy. We have another dwarf available. All right, chat. Somebody give me a reason why you should have the dwarven baby boy that was just born in the fort. If you'd like to be in this fort, give me one reason why you should be born. Why do you get born? Kind of thinking about giving it to Stone, actually. It's been a while since Stone got resurrected. I'm reincarnated? You're already alive, aren't you? I thought that you had a dwarf currently. To snuff Redbeard. To stop Redbeard from getting born. But you're already... You have a dwarf. Goldpoke the Second is running around and totally alive and well. You died the other day? Did you? Yes, that makes sense, actually. You died of old age, right? I'm kind of thinking about giving it to Stone. where the temperature should stay relatively constant. I don't necessarily agree with that, but okay. That would be it would make it way too easy to get pigtails. So, but if you think it's dumb, then totally fair. That's not how plants work, but underground or above ground. Stone, would that be stone 4? How many dwarves have you had? You've had quite a few, but they've all had very untimely demises. You've never been born? That is true, Clay. You have never been born. I think I'm going to give it to Clay. No offense, Stone. How many dwarves have you had in Longdeath? I think just the one. I can't remember if there was a rhinestone the second. He is the son of Dragon Man and Wave Thrash, and a worshipper of the future, and an ardent worshipper of Shin Russet Amber the Red Rocks, and an ardent worshipper of Shin Russet Amber the Red Rocks. So this is a bug I've been discovering where dwarves will worship the same god multiple times because they worship the same gods that their parents worship, and I've certainly had multiple dwarves that worship the same dwarf god, the same god like a dozen times. I don't have a follow age command, Wes, but if you click on your username, you'll see it. You followed in August 18th, 2018. He personally values good craftsmanship and doesn't think one way or another about leisure time. Dreams of creating a great work of art. He is tall and but has quite ill-defined muscles, and his long sideburns are neatly combed. His very long mustache is neatly combed, and his long beard is neatly combed. His long hair is neatly combed, and he has a very low voice. His cobalt eyes are round. He has an angular chin, and his eyebrows are slightly low. His head is somewhat short, and his ears are slightly flattened. His hair is a krill, and his skin is sandy taupe. This sounds like you would own a synthesizer. I don't know about Wave Thrash. Never asked Wave Thrash. God, the snow went from like kind of stopped to now like coming down like crazy again outside. Jesus. Oh, your name was Joopy. Oh, I know you. Okay, that makes a lot more sense. Hold up. I can actually give you your channel points and stuff. I was actually wondering what happened to Joopy. Now that you mention it. Because you had 231 hours on your old account. How many do you have on your current? Can you type an exclamation point tickets for me? And then I can give you the correct number of hours. Plus 3.5. Okay, so there you go, and I'll give you the extra 7. There you go. Type an exclamation point tickets again. It should be updated to the correct number. But no one would recognize you? Just tell me who you are, and I would know who you are. I can also give you nicknames. I mean, you could name yourself Zapdos DF instead of Zapdos Games. Hey, at least you're Zapdos Games and not Zapdos Plays. The word plays is like silly. Also, when I was doing the math, I didn't even realize that it added up to 2, 3, 4. That's funny. It's like 34. Oh, there we go. This dwarf will be fixed by working out for a little bit. I'm gonna text my mom because I need to know whether or not I'm going over there tonight or not. And after all of the talk about synthesizers we've done today, I'm going to take this opportunity to remind everybody, if you want me to get more synthesizers faster, I have a Patreon where you can support this stream and my dumb shenanigans. And get access to those sound commands that you hear people using in the background. I love when something startles my sheep and they all just like go haywire and run everywhere, and then like all the dwarves have to run up here to put the sheep back. It's always way too entertaining to me. Actually, I wonder. Keep tightly closed. Okay, so dwarves can still lead them through there. Same with you. Keep tightly closed. Let's see if that screws up the frames. I'm not sure. It depends on what shows up for sale. I mean, I would like to get maths. I like the sounds that Elements makes, so at some point I'd like to work Elements in there. There's a few sequencers and various drum modules I've looked at. The next like actual sound generation module I'd like to get would be Elements. I really like mutable instruments stuff. I also like some of the modules that Make Noise makes. I'm not super picky about what my next specific module, because whatever I do next will probably be like 3 or 4. Just kind of all at once. To just kind of get a full setup going. What's the normal price for a synthesizer? $200 up to $40,000. That's like asking what's the price of a car. It's like, well, you could buy a junker off the side of the road. Or you could, you know, buy a brand new Ferrari. It's like, I don't know, what kind of synthesizer are we talking here? I mean, I've been thinking about actually getting a mini brute or a standalone synthesizer to go aside from that. Anywhere from 20 to 2 million. I couldn't tell you a synthesizer that's $20, but that probably exists. What's the price of the one I got? You mean the Mog Mother 32? $649 US, but I was able to get it for $600 US. Wish.com/synths. You know, Wish.com probably has some synthesizers that are $20, and they probably sound like anything else from synth.com sounds when you throw it at the wall, because that's all it's good for. DIY yeah, actually, you could probably DIY some synth modules for $20. Yeah, you could probably do that, but I don't have anywhere I can solder, so it's not really an option for me, unfortunately. Maybe one day, if I ever get a garage. But you can definitely DIY synth stuff together. I might talk to my dad about that, because he has much more experience and skills in that regard. Like, my dad literally builds robots for a living. Like, my dad could totally help me with that shit, but not currently. And my dad also doesn't have the space to do that. Maybe burn down your apartment building. Maybe just don't use Wish to buy anything, Von Roland. Actually, if I needed to buy a soldering iron, there's a shop up the street I could go to. There's a DIY electronics place and repair shop close to me that I could just go buy a soldering iron at. But I don't have anywhere to solder safely. That's the problem. And I ain't doing that shit in my apartment. I used to do a lot of soldering with my dad way back when. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Brahms the Third is dead. Okay, so there are times where I just shut down topics immediately. I am never going to solder anything in my apartment. So until I can afford a bigger apartment, DIY synthesizers and all of that stuff is literally never going to happen. So please don't even joke about it, because all it's going to do is annoy me. So what you just said, Diamond Destruct, is something that can't and will never happen in my current living situation, which is not going to change until at least August, and probably not after that, because I really like my apartment. So unless a literally perfect living situation shows up in front of my face, It's never gonna happen. So no,
No!
absolutely not.
No!
Brahms is dead in his bedroom, and no one's gone into his bedroom to find him. How about I just send the military in there? Let's just make sure it's natural causes. Isn't less than $200. Probably still trash, though. All right. Which means Brahms
Bring out your dead!
needs a coffin. That's probably still like everything else on Wish, which is they are used and overpriced and sold as if they're new, which is most electronics on Wish. I enjoy watching Ashens, who you might watch, who reviews stuff from Wish, and he built a computer on Wish buying new components, and definitely none of them were new. So. I need to make 2 more bucklers. If he doesn't stop eating very old foods, I can't wait for the movie. Barely used $593. Yep. Although, like, I would actually prefer that nobody promotes Wish in my chat. Genuinely. Because of the trash that site is. Like, even ironic promotion is like, maybe we shouldn't do that. Isn't that out? Is it out? If it's out, I missed that. I need to go watch that if it's actually out. I remember seeing a trailer for it and then forgetting about it, and I only just thought about it again, so. God, it's snowing. It's snowing so much outside. It's out for a few quid. I need to find that. It's fucking voiced by Ahoy, who's literally one of my favorite YouTubers. He does the booming announcer voice. Like, all of the British YouTubers are in it. Fucking Nerd Cubed is in it. Ahoy is in it. Everybody's in it. Bum, 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 bum.
Woo! Dude,
Yeah,
fuck yeah, dude.
There you go, Zapdos.
Hell yeah.
You win.
Woo!
Never rigged. It's never been rigged. Always works. B-Lug's been a very consistent lurker for quite a while. I've had people like B-Lug in the past, and they usually eventually stop. B-Lug just hasn't, though. It's impressive. Audio, what up? It's basically you've lurked since you started watching the stream, B-Lug. And the stream's only gotten better. At least I think. Oh, right, yeah, it's Sunday, isn't it? Happy Sunday. Stream only got better. Well, I mean, physically I'm falling apart, but the stream's only gotten better. No, my mom is blind IRL mom. And she's been subscribed longer than Blug. My mom has a 42-month resub at tier 1. Currently active. She's lurking in the channel right now. And probably has way more time than Blug. Actually, I can check how much time my mom has. Let's check how much time my mom has. Mom. My mom has 6,305 hours and 12,674 channel points. There you go. Been kind of dull, but also a productive day in laundry and kitchen clearing and a few others. Yeah, I know what you mean. I took out the trash last night, which was good. Let's get that corpse buried. Poor Brahms. He was a good dwarf. She's probably not actually at her computer, but if her computer's on, my stream's up. I'm also probably muted, but yeah, no, Blug is not related to me in the slightest. Blug's just a fan. And a friend. Not rose gold. Rock block. Let's do 400. Nice. Perfect. That'll be plenty. Yes, this current floor is a graveyard. These are all coffins around the outside. And then those are all statues of important people from the fort's history. You're friendly, always active, everyday beluga. Yes. I mean, my mom subscribes with Twitch Prime, so should you. Be cool, like my mom, and subscribe on Twitch Prime. My mom doesn't support me on Patreon, though, so I can't use that one to shout out the Patreon. Which is kind of unfortunate, but...
Whoa, dude, fuck yeah, dude. That's fucking sick. Hell yeah. Woo!
Maybe that's because you cheat in your game files to make pigtails grow year-round. It's like, just the thought of pigtails growing at unnatural rates just makes your dwarves die of spontaneous heart attacks. You'll get there, though. It's all just a matter of learning. I mean, my mom does support me directly in the form of money because I work part-time for my parents. Very part-time. It's 4 hours a week, but like this past year has more been like my mom just paying me to come over and have dinner. So that's almost more of a job I do because I just go over and hang out with my parents one night a week. Yeah, it's a pretty good deal, frankly. Initially, it was very much well, Greg quit his job and is now like trying to stream full time, so here's some extra income. But this past year, it's been more of I'm coming over to hang out and also do work because my parents own a school for young children, which is on their property, and I It's my mom's business. And I'm a licensed contract cleaner. So because of the time I did working in, because of the time I spent working in the restaurant industry. So I have skills in that regard that is useful. Do you not know what a pigtail is? Here. I just went to image search and typed in pigtails. These are pigtails. But they're very dense. And in Dwarf Fortress, you use them to make cloth. But they look like pig's tails, which is why they're called pigtails. So you use them to make cloth. I'm not entirely certain how true that is to reality, but in Dwarf Fortress, they're used for making cloth. You know, I'm gonna set Simplex as a scholar, because Simplex got a lot of really positive thoughts from reading. Hello, random Jayberry. What's up? I have no idea, which is why I was saying I don't know how true that is to reality, but in Dwarf Fortress, they're used to make cloth. You just recently found out that you can farm them? Yeah, no, they're a farmable plant. Not a whole lot? Gotcha. Well, I mean, there shouldn't be a whole lot up, because no one should be going outside. So, that's a good thing. And just until he showed that image, and don't tell him, he'll think you're dumb. I didn't know they existed until I played Dwarf Fortress, and then I read about them on the wiki, and then I looked them up because I was like, I wonder if these are a real thing. And then I was like, oh shit. All right. But then again, I've had that like happen with Dwarf Fortress several times. So it's like, at this point, Dwarf Fortress just makes me feel dumb. Like, trying to think, what are words I've learned? I learned about the word nice from Dwarf Fortress. Hey, Darren, it's Dwarf. This scoid is withdrawing from society. This is our first mood in like a couple of streams. Want the brown end on them? Yeah, they're like they have like the little squirrely pigtail thing. In reality, they look like pig's tails. Interesting. You don't have the item you need. Okay. Well, I need to go chop down some trees, because I managed to run out of wood somehow. I managed to actually use it all. Trying to think, what else? Anyway, there is things I've learned from Dwarf Fortress that I probably would never have learned about language if not for DF. In what game is tree murder not appropriate action to anything? I mean, tree murder should stop in real life too. But, you know, I digress there. I knew about tetrahedrite, sulfurite, hematite, and malachite. Learned about that in other video games, but Toady makes Dwarf Fortress into whatever he's interested in, right? So if he happens to be interested in language, he's going to do a lot of stuff with language. If he's been reading a lot about music, he's going to do stuff with music. If he's been reading a lot about history, and we're gonna do some history generation. If he's super interested in weird weapons, we're gonna get weird weapons added to the game. You just kind of like, you know, whenever I get into something or develop a hobby, I think that's black bronze. Whenever I get into something, I make it part of my stream because I am contorting my stream to be things that I love so that I don't get bored of streaming, right? When Toady wants to add something to Dwarf Fortress, he adds what he's interested in at the time, which is how he can continue working on it forever, which is how I will hopefully continue streaming forever. Is it still snowing? It is still snowing, yes. When I get up to do lunch and grab my sandwich, I'm going to check on how much snow there actually is. I can see it like piling up in places too. Last I checked, it wasn't on the concrete at all. It was still like puddles on the concrete, but it was anything that was green. Like it was sticking to grass and it was sticking to plants. So, child has begun a mysterious construction with silver bars, raw green glass, nice, rough sards, black bronze bars, rough sards, sheep leather, fungi wood, and fungi wood logs. It's a very dwarfy artifact, and it's of course, a crafts dwarf shop. Any bets on what this dwarf's gonna make? I mean, at some point, I'm gonna stream stuff with synthesizers. Initially, though, that's gonna be late night radio stuff. Only one? But I thought that Manifold Garden was already out. Manifold Garden. Is this the one that you're talking about? Hyperbolica? Well, I mean, this is also very non-Euclidean. And the trailer gives me motion sickness, so I can't really watch it. But there's more than one, is I guess all I'm trying to say. Hyperbolica. Yeah, that's another one. There's another one that I don't like the look of this though. This thing looks ugly. Yuck. What's the name of that one? Annapurna Interactive's publishing it, so I can find it that way. Maquette. Anyway, that thing. Looks interesting. Crossbow bolt? Can they make artifact crossbow bolts? Enormous corkscrews, though. Just one? Yeah, just one. Well, I mean, have you done any of the... Have you caught any of my late night streams? My late night radio stuff, Pete? After I end my stream, a couple times a week, I will... You think I'll make a nest box? Dude, if you made a nest box, I would be really happy because I have chickens. About an hour, like within an hour after my stream, a couple times a week, I pop up a stream on Discord and just stream records. That's what the synthesizer stuff's going to be initially. Not going to do anything on stream until I'm actually like relatively confident at my ability to consistently make not terrible sounds. So not for a little bit, but initially it's just going to be, you know, on Discord. Well, you made an amulet. Darren, the skioid has made Shigatolin. The dwarven child has created Nabot Kibble, a fungiwood amulet, and claims it as an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor, Euthris Worktict. So how are you related to Euthris? That has to be like the 11th or so artifact dedicated to Euthris. I want to say grandparent? Yeah, your marital grandfather. So you've dedicated this amulet to your grandfather. Can't wait until we start seeing great-grandfathers. First off, it's worth 34,800. This is a fungiwood amulet. All crafts dwarf ship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with tapered baguette-cut sards and encircled with bands of fungi wood and sheep leather and round sard cabochons. This object menaces with spikes of gneiss and sterling silver. On the item is an image of Hare 007 hold wheels the dwarf in gneiss and a nice figurine in black bronze. Hare 007 is raising the figurine. The artwork relates to the masterful nice figurine created by the dwarf Hare. Hold wheels, and it relates to the masterful nice figurine created by Hare Hold Wheels for the eternal adventure of time at Longdeath in the early spring of 51. On the item is an image of Rhymecrafts, the nice mug in green glass, which is Rhymecrafts is a mug artifact, which is on a pedestal in my tavern right there. So I'm gonna put this one on the pedestal in the tavern. Why not? It's got an image of the mug. Might as well put it here. I can't read that unless you want me to go, you know. Am I secretly making a mud cult? I'm not secretly making anything. Anything I do with open honesty and bluntness. But keep an eye on the Discord then, specifically the music room, if you want to catch me streaming Led Zeppelin or something. Or jazz or various classical records. Yeah, I can't read Dutch. So if you want me to read something, I mean, I could Google Translate it, but like, that's work. I can sort of read some German. Not the most consistently, but... It is also Dutch, yeah. I mean, I think it's 8% of the people who watch this stream are from the Netherlands, which is actually kind of a high percentage. I'm pouring some coffee. It's just because you said my name and you didn't add anybody in specific, so I don't know that you're talking to somebody specific. It's like if you're going to talk to somebody specifically in a specific language, just add them so that I know that it's intended for somebody specific. I thought that Finland didn't exist. Is there also like a Netherlands doesn't exist propaganda thing? I'm currently working on all of these blocks so we can put some more layers on the tower, by the way, if anybody's wondering what we're currently doing. Good Lord, that's a lot of snow. It's coming down heavy and hard now. It's coming down sideways, too. There is a thing that Amsterdam equals the Netherlands. Yes. And your point is... Surely you mean Austria. Surely you mean Germany, because Austria and Germany are the same country, right? It's actually really funny. I was watching Kiri, and she said that she was... someone asked her where she was from, because her accent's really hard to place. And she said that she was from Austria. And then somebody in chat just was like, you don't sound Australian. Which I think is way too funny. To be fair, until she's told me that she was from Austria, I had no idea where she was from. Just from her accent, I'm like, I have no idea where you're from. Because she has a very... could be British sounding accent, but also could be German. It's just what the Swedes and the Russians call their border. Yeah, pretty much. It just sounds German. If you don't know the difference between German and Austrian, it just sounds German. Kiri lived in the UK for a bit though, so her accent is all over the place. Like Kiri has lived in different countries, so because of that, it's like her. Same with FG. It's like FG is German, but I thought FG was British for a really long time because she has that accent. Until FG then speaks German, and then it's like, oh, ah. It's really funny, H2O, when she corrects my spelling. She's like, Carrie's just like, oi, Blind, you spelled that wrong. I'm like, no, FG's German. FG's German. She's just lived in the UK for a very long time. FG's originally from Germany. Mind blown, right? That's how I felt when she told me that she's from Germany. Because I didn't know that until after we started Halcyon Frequency. And then she's like, yeah, I'm from Germany. I'm like, wait, what? You don't sound German. At all. At all. Actually, Chad, just out of... You do not need to answer this question if you don't want to. But what country are you in? I'm just curious. Because, hello from Canada. It's 2 Denmark, damn. If you know Finnish history, you will know that it's actually not wrong. It's just don't tell Bellinair that you said so. I mean, I know enough about Finnish history to know that they're one of those countries that's been invaded a bajillion times, so. Albania? US, I'm sorry, Norstat. Because according to Twitch's stats, about 48% of the people who watch my stream are in the US. And then after that, it's like UK, Netherlands, Germany are like the ones after that. Or it's like US, like 15% is Canada, and then it's UK. It's US and US, and then the UK and Canada are about the same, and they swap sometimes. And then it's like Netherlands and Germany almost tied after that. You're in US and you kind of want to leave. You're in Seattle though, right? That's about as close to Canada as you can get. So just like pack everything into a suitcase and run across the border at some point. And then ask not to be kicked out politely. Because that's generally what we do, is kick people out politely. All right, let's see what we can do on the tower. Because that's diorite and nice walls. which means I need to go around the edge of this. I can finish this off at the very least. Although hopefully the US will be less rocky over the next little bit. Hopefully. US politics have gotten very boring in the past month, which is good, as it should be. Or in the past week, actually, I shouldn't say month. Are you saying we should have a Eurovision Discord call? We should have Eurovision, like, my Discord edition? But here's the thing, right? I mean, come on. It's going to come down to Germany and Hypa and anything that Little Big has done in the last year. Like, those are going to be the two songs. Like, let's be honest here. I'm actually, like, kind of sad that Hypa probably will never go to Eurovision. Because you're pretty and I like you. Move your body, girl, all night long. A Superb Owl Discord watch party? On my Discord? I mean, we already have, like, F1 watch parties on my Discords. We all just watch F1 and then yell about it in the Discord comments. On your Discord? Okay. I was going to say, like, on mine? Really? I mean, you probably could do one on mine. Fair enough. Yeah. Also, I know that you mean high school, but I read that as Hearthstone. Yeah, I watch F1. And whenever there's an F1 race, there will be, like, about between 3 to 10 people just, like, sitting in the Speedy Tracks and Zoom Zooms room on Discord typing in text while there's races happening. There's been a couple times where we've had people in voice too, but usually we just hang out in text chat because it's fuck off early in the morning over here. And I'm just sitting, like, on my chair, like, drinking my coffee, trying to wake up because it's 3 o'clock in the morning and why did I wake up for Sochi and Sochi's boring? Anyway. Yeah, my Discord's pretty cool. I stream music sometimes. Like, there's actually, like, legitimate content created over on my Discord. You should check to see if the F1 and Kodiak F1 app is fixed and you need to sign in if they ever did. I mean, the reason I got rid of my Roku is because the F1 app doesn't work on Roku in Canada, which is wild. Yeah. Speedy Tracks and Zoom Zooms. Sometimes we even, like, restream the races. Sometimes. But, like, probably not going to do that because I don't want to get banned. But we've restreamed YouTube videos and stuff of old races before. Stuff that's publicly available. But I don't make a habit of that. Counting to 1 million is indeed the best content you can find. And we haven't fucked it up in a while, which is incredible. Don't fuck it up, chat. You fuck it up, I will cry a little bit. I do have one of your favorite animated Discord icons. You do realize... Wait, you mean like my personal icon or like the actual icon for the Discord server? Because you do realize that's just my animated bits, right? It's literally just my $10 in bits animation. I just don't see them enough, but... You didn't just fuck it up, did you, Pilot Guy? I swear to God. Gonna go vacuum and clean up. Gotta do what you gotta do, man. And whatever, it's a good icon. Many of the other server icons are boring. Bunger. Bunger, bunger. 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 And there we go. This level is done. So let's go around the edge of this, knock it out so we can start working on this top. This one. Wasn't you? I mean, people, why did you just say bunker out loud in front of your PC? It's a good question. Why did you? It's hard not to. I was gonna say, like, I try really hard to not talk about the count because I feel like every time I talk about it, everybody thinks and goes to count, and then it gets fucked up. So. But you should join my Discord. There's good shit in there. And I'm looking forward to... I'm very much looking forward to the next season of F1. It's going to be fun. Red burger? I mean, that's what burger is. That's what a bunger is. It's a burger. It's a walking burger. Just look up Bug Snacks. Bug Snacks Bunger. Because that's what that is. It is it's a walking burger. Yeah, number 1 of Discord. Don't talk about the count. Rule number 2 of Discord. Do not fuck up the count. Rule number 3 of Discord. You fuck up the count. I don't know. We cry. Which means I'm breaking the first rule of my Discord, so. So synthesizers. Seriously though, I should make new, that's like one of the first projects I'm gonna have once I have my first don't do that, Diamond. Someone will actually fuck it up. One of the first things I'm gonna do when I get that Moog is or Moog, so people don't get mad at me, is make my own sounds for my notifications. I'm going to redo those. As much as, like, that metal riff is great, I think it might be time for me to change that. That or, like, maybe make custom ones for 5 and 10 gifted subs and just make a different one for gifted subs and leave the normal resubs the same riff because I'll be sad if that riff goes away. That's probably what I'll do. That makes a little bit more sense. There's a lot of lag. There's all the dwarves trying to go up and down this. You need to go shovel your driveway. If it keeps snowing like this, I'm going to need to shovel tomorrow. Diamond, I will time you out. Can you do me a huge favor and stop doing that? Don't talk about it, because someone will screw it up. Just keep it going. So chat, can we get a round of beers to reset the chat? So we can't see what Diamond said. Please and thank you. It's almost time for me to go get lunch, though. There we go. Much better. Much better. But yeah, no, if it keeps snowing like this, I'm going to have to shovel tomorrow. My building has shovels underground, and we're supposed to shovel the sidewalk in front of our building, so I'll have to go grab my shovel, which I do own, and shovel around. Why are you feeling anxious about activating your magma forges? What's there to be anxious about? Oh, I need this instead. Oh, yeah, that would do it. I mean, I sort of drowned the entirety of a fort yesterday, so I know what you mean. Getting anxious about doing construction stuff, but that was because I was trying to finish kind of a big project in like under an hour and kind of didn't work. Instead, things went glug 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 glug. Let's make this staircase out of... I'll just use nice. But big surprise oopsies are the best surprise oopsies. Or do you have a section you work on? You're supposed to shovel within a meter of your... basically, there's sidewalk outside in front of my apartment, and I have to shovel in front of my apartment, basically. But generally what ends up happening is I shovel like 2/3 of the back area because my neighbors don't shovel theirs. And I don't mind it. I find it kind of cathartic once or twice a year, but if I have to do more than that, it gets a little bit obnoxious. So basically, if like by the end of tomorrow, if the front part of my sidewalk isn't shoveled and one of my neighbors didn't do it, I'll just go do it, basically. To add a beer toast sound every time there's X amount of beers in a row? I mean, I could just put it on a soundboard. That would probably be the easier way to do it. I remember, I know another streamer who owns a launch pad. You know, like those big fancy MIDI controllers with all the lights on them, and he uses it as a soundboard. Which isn't the most cost-effective thing ever, but yeah, I don't know if I want to give chat that. Because I feel like it might get really annoying. Might be cool, but might also get really annoying. Like I'd be worried that it would get annoying. Out of curiosity, can you guys hear the white noise that I have? Because I've literally got like white noise running in the background right now. It just sounds like ambient forest sounds. Trying to flesh out the sound design of DF a little bit. Because according to my levels, you should be able to hear it. It should be faint, but... You just hear your neighbor vacuuming her car in yoga pants. What do yoga pants sound like? Depends on the MIDI controller, Pete. Only if you crank the headphones. I'm going to turn it up a little bit then. But I don't want it to be annoying. That's the problem. There we go. How's that? You hear birds tweeting? I mean, that's kind of about what I'm aiming for. There's also like wind sounds and other things. It's literally just like, here, I'll link the actual site. It's the intro sound to the Pornhub, which everybody knows what that sounds like. Pornhub originals. It's content. Hear their ad revenue's good. Also, it's funny, when you say you hear birds tweeting faintly, I think of people screaming on Twitter. The most 80s thing you can imagine? Right? Wave depletion? Also, there's a thing on the front page, which is basically just a, if you use this for profit, please sign up to donate $5 a year to it. Literally, that's it. Wait, who got banned? Now I'm just like, what? I'm confused, Pilot. Yes, Gabbro's magma safe, but I have a way that you can check. But how to check if any stone is magma safe in Dwarf Fortress is pretty simple. You hit Z to pop up this screen, go over to stone, press enter, and any stone that's magma safe will show up as magma safe. So in the case of this, you were asking about Gabbro. Well, let's go find Gabbro then, which might actually be in the other one, which means I need to hit tab to go to other stone. Gabbro. Magma safe. Yes, Gabbro is magma safe. There you go. In fact, you can also forbid all of them from this screen. So if you are, say, making something and you don't want to like individually tell every job to only use specific stuff, you could like forbid all graphite from this screen. And then they will only be used for specific tasks. So if you're just like, make this out of graphite, they'll then make it out of graphite. Which you can do by going to the manager screen and being like, yo, let's make block graphite, but, well, no, not technically, rock, and then say 3, and then you go to, you select it and you hit D, and then you select the type of stone. So, to answer your question, yes, but also yes. Oh, idiot. There's other idiots yelling on Twitter. There was a big idiot yelling on Twitter, but there's more idiots yelling on Twitter that are not banned. I can confirm there are many idiots yelling on Twitter. I logged into Twitter, and people are still yelling on Twitter. And Infinity, what up? Your Dwarf's a little bit depressed to the point where like I'm a little bit worried about them, but keeping them sane. You haven't tantrumed or anything or committed any crimes. You're just a little ashamed and embarrassed and distressed, which hopefully we're able to fix that. Increasing a dwarf's self-confidence is not an easy task sometimes. Just like real life, unfortunately. But yeah, anyway. Sorry, if I just like explained that way too in depth, by the way, Freskins, because I'm actually just like marking it in chat, and I'm gonna come back later and put it up as a tutorial, because I'm not like totally just using you guys for YouTube content, but you know, I'm kind of just using you guys for YouTube content. Because like tutorial I put up this morning has 231 views, which I'm pretty okay with. I mean, yes, you guys are on YouTube. Wait. Yeah. That's why you can say, hi, YouTube. It's really funny when I watch the news VODs that my friend Mike B does, because he does like general gaming news streams, and he puts them up on YouTube, just straight up. And it's him. It's news hosted by Mike B, featuring his gracious co-hosts, Chat, who fact check and get him live news updates sometimes mid-stream, and it's kind of great because he just has chat on screen, so it's kind of like this scene where you chat right there. Chat always says, hi, YouTube. And sometimes I see Pilot Guy saying hi, YouTube, and I feel like I'm getting greeted by Pilot Guy. Chat Facts, brought to you by Chat Facts. Chat is very right, usually, about things, until they're very, very definitely not. Because Mike does those streams while I'm streaming, so it's hard for me to tune into streams while I'm streaming. I mean, I know Arch Plays stuff listens to my YouTube videos while he's sleeping. He actually sent me a screenshot once of my YouTube channel, and every single Dwarf Fortress VOD had been watched all the way through. And he's like, so you know that 7% of people that watch the entirety of your VODs? Well, me. He does them on Friday? Does he do them on Fridays? Oh. I guess then I'm just like not at my computer or doing other things. Because I'm usually not at my computer on Fridays. Or I try to not be at my computer. Sometimes it doesn't work. Although on the topic of MIDI controllers, I'm actually looking at / for a MIDI controller. Something with a keyboard. I just don't know anything about MIDI control. Oh, I know a little bit about MIDI. I know what a MIDI controller is and how they work, but that's about it. I don't know anything about brands when it comes to MIDI controllers, so that's the thing that I'm kind of in the market for right now. You have a key step? Do you have a link? Or should I just go look it up? Because I can do that if you want. The problem that I have with MIDI controllers is they kind of feel like keyboards, where I can't tell the difference between a good MIDI controller and a MIDI controller that's just designed to look like a disco party. You know what I mean? It's like when you're trying to buy a keyboard and you know nothing about keyboards, it's like, is this a good keyboard? Or is it just like made to look fancy? Because I can't tell. It's like, fortunately, I know a lot about keyboard switches and like what kind of keyboard I want to buy. But like when I'm looking at MIDI controllers, it's like, well, I can't tell. Is this a good MIDI controller or does it just have more LEDs than that one? Like half the time, like the better keyboard option is the one that like has the buttons that has less LEDs because it's way cheaper. Keys would be helpful, but I'm more looking at programmable steps / sampling. But keys would be helpful. I've had to stop buying brie diamond because I'll just do that with brie cheese because brie cheese has almost no carbs. But I haven't had cheese in a while. That's actually part of one of the reasons I kind of like vegan cheese is because it doesn't taste as good on its own. It tastes good in things, but it doesn't taste as good on its own. So it's very easy for me to just like not eat a whole block of brie, or it's very easy for me to eat a block of brie, but it's not very easy for me to eat a whole block of vegan cheese. Okay, I think I've seen this one around. I was looking at their Mini Brute, actually, synthesizer, before I decided to go for the Mog. Something smaller / simpler. Might go for something smaller. I don't know if I need a full keyboard. Also, well, that's not a full keyboard, but that's what? Half a piano? Just counting keys now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's got quite a bit going on there, damn. I can do quite a bit with that. Yeah, it's half a keyboard. Also, autumn has come, so I'm not missing anything by not looking at the game currently. Yeah. I might end up going for something cheaper than that, but then again, if I go, there's also the problem of if you go for something cheaper with less options, then you'll find yourself wanting the more options later. That's the problem that I always run into with hardware. It's like, oh, well, I could just buy the cheaper thing. It's heads up, Stone. It's paperwork time. All of the merchants have arrived. The problem with hardware is like you buy the cheaper thing, and then you look at it, and then 2 years later, you're like, well, the cheaper thing still works just fine, but I want all of these options that the more expensive thing has. So you end up spending money twice. Why did you like totally change directions? What? That is odd. What is this person doing? This pathing though. I mean, yeah, the OP1 is ridiculously feature-filled. I actually don't like the teenage engineering stuff that much. Like, it looks really fucking cool, but I got to use an OP1 as part of a music demonstration at PAX. Same place I got to use the $50,000 Sennheiser headphones. But it was a music and meditation thing. Wait, what? I think the humans are broken. I'm gonna wait for both these tributes to be dropped off, and then I'm gonna deconstruct my trading depot, I think. Because we have a problem. But I'm gonna build one up here as a temporary one. I also just realized the buzzards have stopped showing up. Wait, what? I just ended up on the dead and missing screen. Serpent men? There was serpent men here? Okay. Cool. Interesting. Yeah, we just get owls now. We don't get the ravens anymore. Are you still alive? No, you are not. Sorry, Stone. Let me know when you're ready for me to scroll down. Jeez, it scrolls down kind of a bit too. Yeah, there's a couple children running around. Pilot. Also heard good things about the Novatron launch key. I will search for that. Oh, they make a mini one. Ooh, I actually like the look of the mini one. How much is that thing? Yeah, see that's much more affordable. $149 is significantly more doable. And that's Canadian too. Ooh. It's also on Amazon. Not on Prime though. Darn. Yeah, that's much more doable. There's a rooster! That's actually really exciting. That's a gift I can use. So I'm going to need to destroy the trading depot because the humans are broken. Just like real life. Just for clarity's sake. That's the thing. Register any Novatron hardware before the 2nd of February 2021 and receive a Zampler RX Creative Bundle plugin by Zampler Sounds worth $99 for free in 8 days. Okay. I mean, obviously I should buy one then, right? I can't possibly survive without that. If you're going into the lurks, enjoy your lurks. No, the humans broke themselves. Or they're pathing. One of the two. Because they should have left by now. But here comes the other gift. Who said this uses rooster and not cock? I mean, you could mod that very easily. Ooh, a silver mace. I feel like they're and honeybee venom. I think that the group of Soaring's wealth is going up because honeybee venom and a silver mace. That's actually like not only a perfectly usable weapon, but like the optimal material for that weapon. Yeah, tons. Well, I mean, technically, the Mother 32 has a built-in sequencer and keyboard. It's just very small. So technically I could just use the onboard sequencer on that thing, which is part of the reason why I bought it, so that, because like I was looking at like IntelliGel Steppy and a lot of other sequencers and just kind of going like, well, yeah. All right, well, I'm just going to deconstruct that trade depot. We're going to get everything moved out of there. There we go. That did it. Was wondering why their frame rate was a little low. Because they were stuck. Look at all those humans leaving. Bye, guys. And it will fit in your bag. I mean, it doesn't have a battery in it, so you'd need to bring USB power with you, but yes, in theory you could. I found a video of a girl doing a performance on a Euro rack in the middle of a forest, and I was looking at that, I'd going like, man, this is giving the meme of how to find a metal band, walk around in a forest, a run for its money, and I kind of love it. Let's see if I can find the video. Sent it to Ryan, so it's pretty easy to find, probably. Don't need to scroll too far up. Ah, here it is. There you go. Links in the chat if you want it. Gotta work tomorrow. Gotta do what you gotta do. See you later, Keytrex. Thanks for hanging out. Good chatting. Get a good night's sleep. I mean, yeah, no, there's tons of like modular solutions like cells, for example. Like there's tons of things you could do. There's so much stuff right there. Holy shit. I need to just sell everything that's right there to the dwarves when they show up. Today's been really good so far, though. We've had 2 babies. 2 babies. 2 from different families. Just need to make it pretty now. Save. Authority. Save. Save first. Save and quit. Start again. All right, the dwarves have arrived to trade. Actually, hold on. What can I not sell? Enormous corkscrews. Okay. So I don't want half of my dwarves to go to prison all of a sudden. Probably selling all of the furniture in the furniture stockpile, but that's fine. I need all of this shit gone. That's it. We've hit it. Yes. Redoing things is often a blessing in disguise, even if it can kind of suck at the time. This is a very general trading session. And also, you know, I had this like realization last night when I was watching a video about synthesizers and getting ready for bed, which is I'm watching like the driest possible content of just some dude talking about waveforms. and math and like modulating waveforms. And I'm watching this and thinking to myself, I'm like, man, people have been listening to me on stream talk about synthesizers for the past week. I really hope I'm not boring you guys to all hell. So just thank you to the 95 of you who are sitting here and listening to me babble about synthesizers and MIDI controllers and dwarves and other random shit. So thanks for hanging out. Cheers. I am your liaison from the Mountain Homes. Let's discuss your situation. There's much to share. Information has been added to your maps. I'm going to request more wood. And then I'm going to go do lunch after this trading is done. We have finalized the import agreement. Feel free to go over the documents. Let's discuss what we're willing to offer you for your craftsdwarf ship. I look forward to our meeting next year. Of course, our fortunes rise and fall together. Let's see. What's happening? They're still just invading the gubbins. Nothing's going on down by the humans. Although, that's new, I think. I don't recall that being there. We were literally talking about MIDI controllers 2 minutes ago. I haven't been ranting about MIDI controllers as much as synthesizers, but then again, I'm also not talking about synthesis waveforms. I'm just more generic, like music and stuff. How the holy hell do you find it? Usually just dig randomly into it. You can check a portion of the map or what, because are you on a multi-biome map? What biome had the aquifer? Because if you're on a multi-biome map, then one part of the biome might have it and the other one might not. So you'd have to like check your map to find it. Everything that's close needs to go. Okay, well, if one of them had aquifer, you have to dig in that biome to find it. So if it was multiples, then there's multiple different ones, so each one would have it. But like if it's just the swamp that has it, the aquifer will be in the swamp biome. So you have to dig down in the swamp biome to find it. If it was just in the mountain biome, you have to dig down in the mountain biome to find it. So if you know which biome it's in, then that'll make finding it a lot easier. And also, if you turned off stop digging when they hit damp, which maybe you did, maybe you didn't, that would cancel it. And make finding it a lot harder. Kind of tempted to just dump everything that's here. Oh no, now what did I do? What did you do? I mean, can you see the stream chat? Because apparently Diamond's having issues. You're browsing. Yeah. Good to know. Cheers. It's like when one person says there's issues with the stream, it's like, generally it's just that person's internet, but still it's enough to make me look up, you know? I mean, I have dropped 2,000 frames today, which is 0.2% of my frames have been dropped, which is like 0.2 many, but not much I can do. Your efforts are legends here. Let us trade. Did they bring any chickens? Cow, dog, llama. Cow. Boar. Oh, they brought us a boar. I'm gonna buy that. They also brought a duck, which I will buy because I think I have a drake. I think I'm gonna buy the cattle. Buy a cow, 2 cows, and a bull. There we go. Cow, bull, cow. Cow, bull, cow. And then down here, I will put the quacker and the rooster. That's right. Twitch is being twitchy? That's not good. I mean, my view count's done some weird things. I had like 80 viewers, 90 viewers, 90 viewers, 90 viewers, 90 viewers, 20 viewers, 90 viewers, 90 viewers, 90 viewers, 60 viewers. So Twitch is doing something. That's for sure. Let's see. See if I can load my own stream. Yep, things seem to load just fine on my end. No problem. So I don't know. C'est la vie. Yeah, exactly. C'est la vie. How old is Darren? 11 years old. Ooh, Darren's gonna become useful pretty soon. Actually curious, what are we gonna get you to do? Pretty happy, Dwarf. You find concealment is no emotions as vain and offensive. Ooh, you like iron. Well, that's great. You also like bayberry wood and breastplates. Well, you're gonna be an armorer and a stoneworker. Mason and an armorer, I think, on you. It's also time to harvest plants. What, that you're about to become useful? Yeah. It's the best feeling when streamer says that you're about to become useful. For a second, I thought you wanted to be a hammerer. I'm like, why would you want to be a hammerer? But fuck it. There we go. All right. I will be back in a moment, chat. It's 2:30. I've been streaming for 5.5 hours. I'm hungry. It's lunchtime for me. I'm going to zoom out a little bit and let you guys just kind of have a nice little overview of the fort. Thank you very much, everybody who's hanging out. If you happen to have sound commands, now's a good time to use them to entertain the chat. If you could be so kind, if we could get a round of beers going, that would be cool. I will be back in a couple of minutes. Hopefully Twitch doesn't shit the bed while I'm gone. But I'm hungry, so I'm going to go get my lunch. I will be right back. Thank you very much, everybody, for hanging out. I'll see you in a couple minutes.
Bring out your dead!
I mean, I could pretty confidently, like, let this fort just run for, like, an hour. No, and the only thing that would happen is I'd come back and it would be time to trade. Really. So, sandwich time. Pickles, grilled onion, cheese, and a little bit of butter. Do you like this dwarf enough to let them face justice, or shall I exile then cleave? Why would you cleave after exiling? Just let them leave. I mean, then there's Scoundrel, who I raided the other day. He was literally just demonstrating his happiness machine, which is literally just a put them in the garbage masher if they complain machine. See, I much prefer the trap door into the lava pit. Yep, that sounds like a Scoundrel stream. I mean, I've been talking about synthesizers for 3 hours, so. I kind of respect the insanity / reckless abandon that he drives his forts into. And he does it intentionally, too. I'm pretty sure he could very carefully manage a fortress if he actually gave a shit, but he's totally just the kind of, nah, fuck it. Whatever. Throw shit at the wall, see what sticks kind of person. I respect it. I can't wait for the Steam version of DF to come out so I can drop a lot of people on him while he's streaming just to see what happens. I mean, it's already very fun raiding him because he just like gets frazzled and then talks nonstop for 10 minutes, realizes he hasn't looked at chat, and then like tries to play the game and then like just instead reads chat for an hour, and it's just way too entertaining watching him just fall into tangents. That's like one of the funny things about Twitch is you run into very talented broadcasters that would never stand out in weird games on Twitch because you run into very talented broadcasters who would never stand out in the popular directories, but because there's only like 3 or 4 people streaming Dwarf Fortress at any given time, it's very easy to find the good people and they stand out a lot more. So it's really easy to just kind of figure out who's, streaming with no microphone to their friends and who's putting on a show. And then the people putting on a show stand out so much more so quickly. And it ends up being so entertaining. I mean, sometimes you got to play the bad guy, right? I mean, I had a fort not too long ago, which was a horrible failure, by the way. And I ended the fort by ritual suicide, by literally just like pulling a lever and dropping the entirety of the fortress into lava, which was fun. It was good times, actually. It was the spike of zealots. I dropped every single dwarf from the entire population of that fortress into lava. It was good fun. I want to do mudstone for the walkway on this. I need mudstone blocks. This will let us get to the stuff that's on the walls of this thing. Why can't I find mudstone now? Where did it go? My eyes have just glazed over. I'll find it later. It's fine. Even if you're doomed to fail. That's why I'm looking forward to the rest of the villains content that's not out yet. And I also need to go dig out some more diorite down in the basement. Am I winning? Chat, are we winning? I haven't made a Aquafunkalistic Booty Wap by a MIDI controller yet, so I would say no, I'm not winning yet. I need to talk about more MIDI controllers. Although I almost bought a MIDI controller. So, pretty good. Yet, yes. Yet is the keyword. Hey, Aqua, you should just get way into Euro Rack with us. Because that totally isn't a bad idea. And just vinyls and Euro Rack, you know? Like, what else do you need in life? There we go. How you doing, Germania? There we go. That'll get us some more diorite. No, I know Hayes, yeah. He watches the stream. He was here earlier, got gifted a sub. I need this dwarf to go pick up a pick so you can go mine. Although currently too busy putting stuff into their own bed. I don't know. I'd say today's been a pretty good stream so far today, chat. We've had good conversations. I had a pretty decent sandwich. I'm not out of coffee yet. I was out of coffee by 3 p.m. yesterday, and that kind of sucked. My mom hasn't texted me. I don't know if I'm doing anything tonight. I wish she would text me. But yeah, no, I like this, like, kind of... I feel like everything I do on Twitch is very not conventional. Like, I see the way other streamers grow, and I see the way other channels grow, and then I look at the way my channel's been growing, and I'm like, yeah, that's not how... that's not how this works, generally. You know what I mean? Like, it's just... It doesn't make any sense how my channel exists. At least not from my perspective. Maybe it makes sense to your guys' perspective, but I will be totally honest. I have no idea how my channel exists. You need to sleep? Alrighty, Gold Poke. We'll see when we see you. Thanks for hanging out. This place is awesome. I'm not really comparing myself. It's more of a... It's kind of an against all odds kind of thing, you know? It's like... If you look at the way most channels gain recognition and then I look at the way my channel exists, it doesn't make that much sense. That's all. You don't think you want a streamable MIDI controller just yet? Just yet? Just yet. One day. It'll happen. Yeah, I don't know when I'm going to buy a MIDI controller. I think I should wait for my Mother 32 to arrive. But that launch key looks pretty nice. Specifically the launch key mini.
It's a Unix system.
Do you?
I know this.
Do you know this? Do you really know? But how's things, Lump? You've been looking at Irish tin whistles? I own 2 of those. True story. I don't know where they are. Actually. I have a suspicion of where they might be. But I, at one point, could play a pretty mean riff on a tin whistle. When was the last Discord word story? Earlier today. Around the time I started playing DF, so about 11. Well, so a little bit about myself. My little sister plays violin. Went to university for it, and has had periods of time where she has taught lessons for violin. Isn't currently teaching, but has taught several times. Jalapenos massage filaments tastefully. Mice regenerates conquered lands. Lands occupied by cats. These circumstances caused rather peculiar gaseous. What word is that, pilot guy? Objects to arise, Lord. How do you spell Sauron? Saruman? Vader. There we go. We'll go with Vader. Anyway, so my little sister has taught violin lessons in the past, right? And while she was still learning violin, she got way too into fiddling, like Irish fiddling and Scottish fiddling and that style of music. And there are these big like music camps that happen, which are basically just like week-long events where it's just they just take over a campground, and they're usually like not an official event, but sometimes they'll like book like a lodge or something, and they'll do music lessons and gaseous. I'm not even gonna bother. I'll look it up later. Did she go full Lindsay Sterling? So true story. My little sister hates Lindsay Sterling, but I'll talk about that in a second. Because Lindsay Sterling's a really bad violinist. Anyway, so we would go to these camps once a summer, usually, sometimes twice a summer, and like that's how I picked up most of my guitar knowledge, is just at that, because there would be these evening jam sessions. So even though I never actually took lessons at any of these events, I would just hang out with the other kids around and like ride my bike around and stuff. But I would take part in the jamming events. So they're like every evening, like there'd be like, I don't know, 15, 20 people just like in one of the common areas just playing music, and people would just jam along. So I'd bust out my cello and play along. But at one point, I just fucking went out and bought a tin whistle because they're like $10 for the cheap ones. And I had two of them. I had one with a wooden mouthpiece and one with a plastic mouthpiece, and I would doodle along with that shit. So I learned how to play the tin whistle. I can bash out a rhythm on the spoons. I can play spoons with my knee. Someone taught me how to play the basics of spoons. I know how to use a budrin, but I'm no good at it, which is the Irish drum. Yeah, I used to do a lot of that shit way back when. Pretty good camping trips too. A lot of good memories. But Lindsay Sterling is a terrible violinist. She bothers me. Listening to Lindsay Sterling actually bothers me. Because she's not very good. She's genuinely not very good, especially live. It's like, ooh, you're out of tune. Lindsay Sterling irritates me. And my little sister hates her with a burning passion, but Lindsay Sterling irritates me because I listen to Lindsay Sterling and it's just like, that's out of tune, that's out of tune, that's out of tune, that's out of tune. Or like, you're off enough that it's obnoxious to listen to. Like, it's not pleasant music to listen to in a lot of cases. But I feel that way about like a couple metal bands that I know that have violins and cellos and other instruments, because like you're playing this instrument really poorly. Like there's a lot of music styles out there where it's just like, oh, pick it up, learn the basics, and then join the band, which is totally fine, and that's a legitimate way to play music. But as somebody who has a lot of classical music training, when I listen to some of these musicians, it just hurts because it's like you're out of tune, you sound like shit, it's boring. Like, Lindsay Sterling just gets so much credit for being this amazing violinist, and like, she plays kind of basic, not particularly well written, kind of uninteresting music on a violin, and she's heralded as this amazing violinist. It's like, well, she's hot, but like, There's cool out of tune, and then there's annoying out of tune. And Lindsay Sterling is firmly in the very annoying for me, especially anything she does live. Her recordings are fine. Like, they're nothing to write home about. But, like, if you want to see good musicians, listen to Apocalyptica. Apocalyptica. Those dudes are good. Like, Two Cellos also bothers me kind of for the same reason sometimes. They're better than Lindsay Sterling, but not by a lot. Apocalyptica, though. Those guys know what the fuck they're doing. You never heard of her, so you guess that's a benefit? Well, not to make massive assumptions about you, Lake Bear, I don't think you're a, like, 14-year-old girl, which is the majority of her fan base. And investments are open, just a heads up. If I'm incorrectly assuming there, my bad. I can't imagine playing a stringed instrument and playing something with frets is hard enough, but imagine. I find playing non-fretted instruments way easier. Here, I'll link some Apocalyptica. Something that's not one of their fucking... I feel like I would have an easier time learning guitar because I'm trying to reteach myself guitar. I would have an easier time learning guitar if it didn't have frets. Straight up. You should listen to some good violin playing at some point, Bastet. Look real closely at the guitars that the King Gizzard and the Lizard Wizard guys used in their album for Flying Microtonal Banana. You know, out of context, that probably sounded like absolute gibberish. On upright bass? My dad has an upright bass that he plays. She's better than what you could do. From the point of view of a musician, she's really irritating because it's... trying to think. What's an example of somebody who is really, really, like, not particularly good at what they do, but extremely famous for it for seemingly no reason? Because that's what it feels like to watch Lindsay Sterling for me. It's like, she's not great. She's not great at violin. She has okay stage presence. Her songwriting is not great. And her actual ability to play the instrument is not great. But she's extremely fucking famous for no reason. Well, not for no reason, but she's extremely fucking famous for it. That's how it feels to me. It's like any pop star who's really bad at playing their instrument or really bad at singing live is the similar thing. I did, Authority. I'm done now. Oh, the King Gizzard and the Lizard Wizard Flying Microtonal Banana? Yeah. King Gizzard and the Lizard Wizard is a band, and Flying Microtonal Banana is one of their albums. Just link it, Ryan. Just link something to watch. There's so much cool shit. Microtonal guitars. I'll stick to my guitar, though. Although, I don't really need to get good at guitar. I just need to be able to play clear notes because I just want to sample stuff. I don't actually plan on actually playing anything. I just want to sample shit. Vin Diesel plays music? I'm sorry, what? I need to know more. Is Vin Diesel a SoundCloud rapper? Please tell me he's a SoundCloud rapper. Please tell me that Vin Diesel has a SoundCloud rapping project. And that would just be Lil Diesel X, right? Hold on. I have a video for you to watch. She's the musical equivalent of Vin Diesel. I mean, he's a character actor, but he's really good at being that character, though. Actually, I have one. The musician equivalent of Harrison Ford. I love the guy, but dude's got no fucking talent, and he plays one character. And he's Harrison Ford in everything. Even in real life, he's still just Harrison Ford. Yeah, I guess I could see how that would fit for Vin Diesel, too, now that I think about it, but... The one thing that irritates me about Apocalyptica, Diamond Destruct, is the fact that Apocalyptica is mostly well known because of their Metallica covers. It's like, everyone's like, oh yeah, their cover of One's amazing. It's like, but they have so much other good music that's not Metallica. I like how you link a legitimate video and I linked peeling a flying microtonal banana. How are we doing on alcohol? 2,764. Plenty of meat, plenty of meals. Trying to think how I can do this. Or rather, do what I want to do. Because I want to make it curve up and over. I mean, I have unpopular opinions about Lindsay Sterling. It doesn't necessarily mean that my opinions are correct. To me, she's very annoying, and I dislike her music and really wish that people... There's a lot of people that just write off classical music as generic, right? And then when a musician comes along and writes music to the quality of pop music, and a lot of pop music is really uninteresting to me. There's very little that is interesting about pop music. It feels like focus-tested music. It's like, well, you take music, which is an interesting medium, and you focus-test it down to the point where there's almost nothing unique or interesting left. That's how pop music feels to me, right? Then someone does that with a classical music instrument, and people shit their pants because they think it's so amazing. And I listen to that, and I'm like, it's just pop music. Like, you're not actually doing anything interesting here with this instrument, and on top of it, you're not particularly good at said instrument. That's how I feel about Lindsay Sterling. It's like if she was doing something interesting, or alternatively was good at the instrument, then it would be cool. But because she doesn't have... Either she just doesn't bother, or she doesn't have the technical talent, it's really frustrating to see people, you know, write off a lot of classical music and then listen to a classical musician who's not very good at it play pop music on a traditional instrument. It's frustrating. Like, she's fine. She really is fine. But it's frustrating for me to listen to it. I mean, there's a lot of things that have happened just because of King Gizzard's popularity. I mean, I was talking the other day about how I think that King Gizzard and the Lizard Wizard is, like, regardless of whether or not you actually like them, is one of the most important things to happen to independent rock and roll ever, or at least in the last 20 years. Which I am not. In the music, what do you mean by the bell curve? You still want to see Dance Macabre live? I mean, I saw, me and Hobo saw Ghost, and they played that song, and it was a big ol' sing-along. Big ol' Satan's sing-along. It was a good time. You like everything but country? See, this is generally where I go, okay, you need to learn more about music. Because when someone says, oh, I like every genre of music except for rap, or I like every genre of music except for country, to me means you need to learn more about music. Or alternatively, it's not an interest, and that's totally fine. Because there's some excellent fucking country out there. Some absolutely fucking phenomenal country out there. Is pop country good? Yeah, not generally. Luke Bryan can fuck a cow and leave forever and just never come back. Like Luke Bryan can just like fuck off this planet and I will be a very happy person. But legitimately there is some really good country out there. Some incredible music out there. You know? Like I unironically like a lot of country. But pop country is generally pretty garbage. Fuck a cow. Luke Bryan is a pop country artist that I wish would just go fuck a cow and stop singing about wanting to fuck his sister. It would be lovely if he would do that. But no, it's very much a, there is good stuff everywhere in music. It's just a matter of knowing what you're looking for. I don't understand why this dwarf is still sad. You shouldn't be. You shouldn't be. See, here's the thing. You know what you're talking about. Magna. You know what you're talking about, right? That's fair. Yeah, I like a lot of music. But there's even a few within genres I don't normally listen to, like country and rap, that are okay to me, even though, admittedly, I like a lot of video game remixes and chiptune electro. I mean, so do I. What's wrong with that? How do I feel about Drake? I think he's a horrible person, and his music is kind of blech. I've never really liked Drake, in particular. I mean, that's like saying, do you like a pedophile? That's just a rude question. You can't stand him? I mean, I feel about the same about Drake as I do about Flo Rida. He exists. I think. Hey, chat. Good news and bad news. Bad news is I'm not going over to my parents' house to, like, clean tonight. So, no work for me tonight, which is kind of good because I don't have to go anywhere, but kind of bad because I have no chance of getting dinner. But on the bright side, you know what that means? I can stream a little later. Okay, fair enough. Diamond. Out of an American folk episode? I could just get way deep into bluegrass. Well, I mean, me too. When I worked at McDonald's, I would hear Drake songs constantly. I mean, I listen to Linkin Park, so clearly you shouldn't trust any of my music tastes. And Morden the Second is going into a strange mood. Darling Demon Eclipse. Thank you very much for the raid. What was your stream? What were you playing? Hello. Got a child who's going into a strange mood, and we're talking about pop music. Or rather, I'm talking shit about pop music. Hello, Plastic Flowers. How are we? You like Nickelback? Okay, so chat, we need to perform an intervention and save Bastet from her terrible music taste. Because you need help. I'm sorry. You need help. You're making a Mountain Goats cover and I wound up writing like a third of a trap song? Okay, fair enough. I've been there. Wave deflation. I've been to Linkin Park. You like their older music? It's not acceptable. You're not allowed to enjoy Nickelback. Nickelback is trash. If you state unironically that you like Nickelback, every single piece of music opinion you have is void. I mean, Mom Bun Bun. Here's the thing. Soviet France, anybody? Mersbro? Anybody? 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 I'm trying really hard not to spend 200 euros on a mint original pressing of Soviet France records. So, what do you want exactly? Is it wood? Leather? Are we out of leather? Nah. No, we have tons of leather. What do you have? Tons of fungi wood and cabochons. Are we really out of leather? There's no way in hell we're out of leather. Oh, it's probably bones. That's what you need. So we're gonna slaughter a unicorn because I want unicorn bone in that. I like Nickelback. Turned down to 0. I mean, within a meter of me, I have a Johnny Cash tape. And if you dig in my Spotify, you'll probably find Willie Nelson eventually. Not really noise, but certainly has noise inspiration. Vessel's Red Sex is a fucking hell of an album. It's the one tape I have, though, Ryan, and it was $2. Okay? I know it's too easy to name drop, but it's right there. You recently discovered the genre of Russian hard bass? Welcome to the dark side. Soviet wave is also pretty great. It's okay, Bastet. We'll convert you to good music with the late night record streams. And not all music needs to be, you know, the most alt stuff ever. There's definitely a lot of really interesting, easy listening music out there. But you can do so much better. You like everything but country or Elvis. So you like everything except for a massive genre that's super deep and storied and has tons of amazing music in it, or the greatest singer of all time? Because I fucking love Elvis. Elvis is fantastic. God, I love Elvis so fucking much. I mean, I listen to, like, as I was saying, Linkin Park, but also Dope. Like, I listen to garbage sometimes, too. We just have slightly different brands of garbage that we listen to, Ryan. There we go. Morden has begun a mysterious construction. Very curious as to what this child makes. Great to hear it on a full orchestra. Has anybody did anybody or has anybody here heard the orchestra that did the tribute to the Prodigy 2 years ago? I think it was 2 years ago. It's this big arrangement of music from the Prodigy. I mean, Ryan, you're not wrong. But then again, there's a lot of really garbage music out there that's influential as hell. It doesn't need to be good to have influence. Especially like an influence on the direction of pop music. A stray buck rabbit has been missing for a week. Camel has been missing for a week. Something died. Brander! Oh no. What happened to you? You're only satisfied when you yell at somebody. It's wearing old clothing. Let's get everybody new clothing. It's one of those days. Why would I need to change your mind if your mind's already made up? It's always been one of the most confusing statements I've seen, especially since that change my mind meme became a thing. It's like, I don't have to, because your mind's already made up. I can't change what's already set, you know? Morden, the dwarven child, has created Nikatasel Zandakal, a fungi wood bracelet, and claims it as an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor Bastet II. Claspsack? Is your last name Claspsack? Well, Bastet, your last name is Claspsack. I read it as Clapsack initially, which is way funnier, but Claspsack is also pretty funny. It's worth 62,400. This is a fungi wood bracelet. All crafts dwarfship is of the highest quality. It is studded with iron and decorated with fungi wood, and sheep leather, and yak leather. This object is adorned with hanging rings of blue... this item is encircled with bands of unicorn bone. Oval, nice cap, shards and sheep leather. This object is adorned with hanging rings of blue garnet and menaces with spikes of tower cap and fungi wood. Clasp sack. I'm just trying to find it. Oh, there it is. It must be fun being somebody who's raided into this stream on a day like today, when we're just like rambling about music in such ways. Hopefully it's not too daunting. 2021 is going to be a weird year. That's all I'm going to say. Look at that. Dwarves are making all of the clothing. Excellent. I like it when the clothing industry spins up. It's oddly satisfying. I'm seeing spots. This isn't good. I hope it stops soon. It's kind of annoying. What are we so blank for? Stone. So we started in the year 139. We're now in almost at the end of the year 140. Which is good stuff. I like it. Or is that your description of today's stream about music? Stone. Also, if you like listening to me ramble about music and my bad opinions on music, you should listen to me and Rhinestone's podcast about film, media, and beer, which is rapidly becoming more about music than anything. But you should go listen to Audio Tapes and Visual Drugs, which is me and Rhinestone's podcast. It's also on Podbean and Stitcher and Google Play. And if you want to put it into Apple, you have to, you know, just grab the RSS feed because I don't feel like installing Apple software. What's my average stream time during the day? Like, how long do I stream? Anywhere from like 7 to 12 hours. But generally like between 8 and 9 usually. And then I'll usually call it at that point and then come back and stream a second time. Is usually about how long I stream. Game saving. Which means we're into spring. Which means it's almost paperwork o'clock. And it's time for the tributes. And it's time for people to die if they're going to die. It's time for folks to die. But yeah, I usually stream about 230 hours a month. Authority, the merchant has been founded! Well, I need a new captain of the guard. Sheet. Guess I'll make it eternal again. Authority, I'm sorry, but you're dead. If you're still here. No. Can I get a round of Fs for authority? Gotta make you a place for your body. No, 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 no! 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 Mr. Touchreek, you hope that you get buried next to him? Well, maybe. Oh, hey, King. How are you? Let me know when you're ready, Stone. Now we wait for the other one. While we watch this get mined out. The biggin. I think. Unless, oh no, right. It's just spring, not fall. Just a little bit. Wait, where my miner at? There you is. Get down here, Smash T. This was one of the dwarves that we had to fix who got really depressed for a bit there. All right, let's get that smoothed. Today's been a roller coaster. Oh, hey, it happened. Remember how I was saying earlier that we were going to drop a lot of subs today? It happened. I don't know when, but sometime in the last hour. Also, I think it was just the one dwarf that died. Child has been possessed. Annual tribute has arrived. Authority immediately was found dead. Nobody else. Just, oh shit, M. Brander buddy tantrumed. Okay, you know what? I'm going to assign somebody who is not Eternal as Captain of the Guard because Eternal's just going to kill whoever I assign. So I'm going to give it to Spitalier 2. I don't know if Spitalier 2 wants the job, but I'm giving it to Spitalier 2 so that they stop fucking killing whoever I, you know, tell somebody to go fight. Meals can go bad if they're not kept in a stockpile. If they're kept in a stockpile, they do not go bad. They're considered to be preserved like in a barrel. Why would you be sorry, Norstat? We've been very fortunate. We got gifted a lot of subscriptions. It's just 30 days ago was Christmas Eve. So it was Christmas Eve. I mean, come on. Of course we're going to drop a lot of subs. There's nothing to be sorry about. No, we're just lucky. Rabbit's been missing for a week. Man, we are power working through that. Good stuff. The elves have arrived to trade. So Authority is getting buried next to Brahms, next to Zulban, next to Zapdos, next to Belug, next to Kibbs II, Burger, Patolus, Cutest Ghost, with 2 E's, because apparently I put 2 E's in that, and Norstat. There we go. Drop that off. And there's Authority's coffin. Let's make another one automatically. In fact, let's queue up 3 more. No, you don't currently. You had one, but they died of old age, if I remember correctly, Magna. Unless I'm going totally crazy, which I don't think I am. Yeah, no, you had one, but they died. Try and find your coffin. Oh, there's a coffin that needs to be set to use. I miss Semtaxagon, the one human we had in the fort, even though it was really tedious to have to make him clothing. Found Laura's coffin. Board guy, hot cup of tea and Petra. Spitalier, Mika well. Other Spitalier. Holy Spokes, Cold Fire, Kodal. I haven't seen Cold Fire in a bit. I hope Cold Fire's doing all right. Audio. Disco Waffles. Sometimes I'll go through this and be like, man, I haven't seen that viewer in a bit. Hope they're doing well. They're around here somewhere. I don't know. Packers, Cooler, Quatch, Apostle, other Zapdos, other Spitalier. Apparently I've had 3 Spitaliers, all just named Spitalier. You did have a dwarf in this fort. Not sure where your coffin is, but you did indeed have one. You shall drink all of the Longland beer side by side in the afterlife. You shall together cry once more, Hail Armok. A Magna the second? Sure, if we actually have a dwarf to name, but there are no dwarves to name. Because this is a low population fortress, and there's 84 people watching. So the dwarves get snapped up the second they are born. Yeah. Otherwise, I would totally just name them. Once we start Season 2 of the day forts, we could do stuff like that again. Day forts are where it's easy to get names. But I'm waiting for Tarn to put out that new version. So, Brander Buddy has committed a crime. Hopefully, this doesn't kill him, because I like that dwarf. Excuse me. Do you not have a sentence pending? What? I guess not. Oh, you're gonna go beat the criminal. Okay, there was a beating. How strong are you? Agile, not super strong. Okay. Just a normal... Okay, see, that's what a beating should do. It's like, beat them enough that, like, you know, it's kind of bruised, but, like, doesn't just get pop, one tap to the head, skull crushed through the brain. Dwarf now looks like a fine red mist. It's what we had for a bit. Where an elf got locked in a cage at the edge of the map, and every moon she became a were-elf. Oh, really? You mean a were-creature? Yeah, no, days go by pretty quick. They're less than 30 seconds if you're running at full speed. Days do indeed go by pretty quick. Satisfied while yelling at somebody in charge. Was shaken after suffering a major injury. Who felt loathing after being beaten. This dwarf's gonna tantrum again, I think. Wait, what? Dwarves, why haven't you buried Authority's body yet? Also, why is there a cow wandering around dying of hunger? Guys, come on. Like, guys, come on. I mean, like, seriously, come on. Because it wanted to move. Yeah, I get it. Yeah, which is, and they were definitely punching brains through nostrils previously. Because most of my dwarves are just so fucking ripped, it's a problem. It's a goddamn problem. And oh, never mind. It was a stray one-humped camel, and here I thought it was a cow. No wonder it starved to death. I didn't realize I had a camel. Oops. Do 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 do. The elf was similar to like the werewolf of Harry Potter. It's hid in a in a cave so it could not hurt the other elf. Now, is this something that you manufactured into existence, Diamond, or is this something that was just happening naturally? Because I've never seen anything like that ever in DF. I don't even think that that's really how the AI works. Or at least didn't think that's how the AI works. 'Cause if that's something you manufactured, that makes perfect sense. If that's something that the game's doing naturally by itself, that is really weird. Like, to the point where I don't believe it. A brick of clay has grown to be a child. Oh, that's what you made from it. Okay. Yes, see, now that makes sense. I was gonna say, it's like, what? Holy shit. Hi, Jess. Jeez. We're being hoided by the warriors. Hello, Destiny Lantis. And some old guy was taken. And Donkvale. If you guys don't know Jess, you should go watch Jess. She's been playing some of that Dyson Sphere Corp. The round Torio. Unlike Factorio, which is flat Torio, obviously. Because the world isn't flat, just like in real life. In this version. And not... Anyway, I don't know where I'm going with this. You should follow Jess. Well, welcome, Raiders. What's up, everybody? How we all doing? Hey, Cilantro, what's up? And Jess, hey, hi. Anthro, what's up? It's good to see you. We're talking about synthesizers and music taste and other things, and I'm watching dwarves run around in Dwarf Fortress. And it's a pretty good time. I'm slowly working on a tower and keeping my dwarves busy and trying to keep them from killing each other. Your cylindrical Earth theory? That's good. With the help of science and hard work, we will eventually prove to the rest of the world that the Earth is in fact a sphere and not flat. Would beer put out a fire? Hold on. Let's go to WikiHow. WikiHow. Can beer put out a fire? Okay, well, I found how to put out a fire. Okay, you know what? Let's go to YouTube. Putting out a fire with beer. TLDR, yes. Yes. Yes, you can. Brander Buddy is going into another tantrum, and the mayor just ended a mandate. I really hope that Brander Buddy does some time in prison. With a curvy Z-axis? Feels a lot less digital than that, R&D some. It's much more smooth movement in Earth. I mean, you'd have to have pretty... You need 151 before it burns easily. I've never set alcohol on fire, so can't speak to it. You didn't know what proof measured? Huh. It's not like proof that it's legitimate booze. I mean, actually, it kind of is. But, you know. But yeah, no. I'm glad that Dyson Sphere Corporation is good because it looked cool when the trailers popped up. But to anybody who came over from Jess's stream, my name's Greg. I don't see very well, hence the username. I stream a lot of Dwarf Fortress and other weird games that you've either never heard of or can't comprehend without hours and hours and hours and mathematics degree probably, like Minesweeper. So if you stick around and hang out, maybe you'll see a game that looks interesting that you're into. And we also talk about really bizarre random shit. Like today we've covered people watching in strip clubs, synthesizers, different genres of music, why Nickelback is bad. What else have we talked about today, Chad? How to distinguish a good keyboard from a bad keyboard. Hello, welcome to Dwarf Fortress Anonymous. We're not going to help. We're just going to encourage it. Speaking of other things I'm addicted of, hi Caffeine, how are you? Although we'll probably be switching games pretty soonish here, because we're getting close to that time. What didn't we talk about today? No, I was about to say rubber ducks, but we did talk about rubber ducks. Oh, no one's asked me how I play Dwarf Fortress or if I use a mouse to play Dwarf Fortress yet, and yes, I do. That's something we haven't talked about today. We covered that now. I already stated that, yeah. People watching in strip clubs. Oh, it's been a day. It's been a day! I thought I used a trackball. Oh god, I need a trackball for my desk now. No, I don't. No, we're not, because I just link the video now when people do actually ask. Mr. Touch Shriek. Oh, by the way, it stopped snowing and it's now like slush raining and freezing rains, so. Yeah! Most of the snow is gone, but there's ice everywhere! Yeah, I know what ABV means. It's percentage of the volume of the thing that has alcohol in it. That was a very fumbled sentence, but I think that made sense. No, it's worse. Significantly worse. Also, Brander Buddy's going to prison. Poor dwarf. Right next to the cell with the immortal panicking vampire in it. You know, just totally normal stuff. Doesn't feel anything after being confined. This is either going to kill you or it's going to make your life a little better. That sucks, Magna. Wait, blind is saying something. Yeah, pretty much. That poor dwarf. I don't know why there's just a water buffalo walking around starving to death, but we're gonna eat it, I guess. Yeah, just an immortal panicking vampire. Yeah, right here. This vampire, right there. Right in the little center of my cursor. This guy. Zaluro. He's a dwarf. It was a dwarf that was part of our fortress for a while. His sideburns are clean shaven and he's naked. Because he's been in prison for, I don't know, 10 years now. Punched a statue, became a vampire, and then we tried to like section him off into his own portion of the fortress, and then he tantrumed and murdered somebody, and then we threw him in prison to serve out his murder sentence, and he went berserk, which means there's no saving him. He's berserk for all eternity, and so he's no longer part of the fort, but still technically a living AI, chained up, so can't move, and we just removed the door and sealed the wall. So rather than him accidentally killing somebody when they walk in there, he just lives there forever. And ever. 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 This fortress is going to end after 1,000 years, and that vampire will still be there. It's kind of like our mascot, really. No, I can't. I literally can't use him for anything because he's berserk. He's not part of my fortress. I have zero control over him. If he was not berserk, he would be part of my fort and I could still do something with him. But because he's berserk, it's like gone insane. He's dead, basically. If I let him out, he will just kill anything that moves, dwarves, animals, livestock, pets. He will knock over furniture and break stuff until we kill him. So I'm just going to leave him there. Drain his blood? No. Nope. There's nothing I can do with him. Technically, he's undead, so probably has no blood in him. Why is there still a corpse there? You guys have one fucking job. Hold on. Why? Okay. I can't control him, so I can't tell them to throw him anywhere. Okay? Step 1. Step 2. There is no use for blood. No, he doesn't generate infinite blood. He'll run out of blood, and he'll die if he runs out of blood. There is no way for me to stab him just enough to remove some blood without killing him. Okay? There is no way to move him without him just attacking anything. Okay? There is literally nothing I can do with him aside from let him out and kill him. I'm just going to leave him there. Okay? Because I'd like to have that vampire alive. So no, I'm not going to use him for anything. He's just going to stay there. It's fine. So stop suggesting shit, because there's literally nothing I can do with the dang guy. Right? Sheesh. Yeah, the vampire will just be there. Lives in the walls. It's our friend. Give him a synth. So next person to suggest I do something with him gets timed out for 600 seconds. It's up to you. If you want to get timed out, you can do it. I mean, I literally, I said it. I don't know what else you want. Also, you too, Caffeine. Anybody else want to get timed out? I'll time out more. I'll time out my entire chat if I have to. There is literally nothing I can do with the guy. But in other news, I got this corpse that's stuck here. So that's fun. Oh, there's many ways I could easily kill it. I don't even need to do that. I could just drop a rock on its head. I don't want to kill it. If I wanted to kill it, I could very easily kill it. Very, 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 very easily. There's a ton of ways I could very easily kill it. But I don't want to. Alright? Don't even need to fill a pit with lava. Don't even need to do that. I just drop a rock on his head. Literally, like, channel out a hole above him and drop a rock on him. Would kill him instantly. That's it. Am I gonna do it? No. Because I don't want to. Alright, so I've got a bug here. I gotta dig out a hole underneath you because that corpse is stuck there for some reason. Let's fix this. There we go. That moved it. Sheesh. Now we can put that corpse away. Do you want me to time you out too, Donk Fail? Like, who else am I killing? Why are my unicorns starving to death? Good question. I'm not entirely sure why. Probably because there's too many of them, would be my assumption. So they're just like naturally sorting themselves out. Yep, it's because there's too many of them. Move them over here. I don't know. I really hate it when people are just like, hey, make suggestions with a thing that you literally don't want to do. It's like, well, why make completely pointless suggestions? Yeah, it's because there isn't enough food in there. But yeah, that's a good question. Why are they starving to death? Go get food, guys. Come on. Alright, so every unicorn just go here. Until I can slaughter half of them. But no, the problem with Dwarf Fortress is, like, yes, there's a shit ton of stuff I could do, but I'm trying to do something very specific with this fortress, which is keep it alive. And when people start making suggestions, it's very much a slippery slope of like, well, now I'm just going to say no to literally everything. So unless you want me to just be like, no, 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 all day, forever. Just suggesting shit like that's not going to help with anything. It's just going to be kind of annoying. So just realize that. I'm doing as well as I can. Psychon, how are you? You think you're hilarious, Diamond. And I'm glad that you think you're so funny. Yeah, so what happened here is the amount of food ran out in there, so we need to wait for that to grow back. Winding down your weekend? Good stuff. Now they'll stop starving to death. Gotta wait for all of the grass to grow back. Yep, we found another one. It's fine. The rest are all good. Although we're going to need to get them back in there pretty soon. What did I make these walls out of? Diorite? Alright, let's just knock this wall down. We'll give these unicorns a bigger space to exist in. Which means I need to hack a bunch of trees down. And thanks for gifting a subscription, Psychon. Cheers. Lake Bear, enjoy the stupid skulls. And the ad-free viewing for the next 30 days. Cheers, man. I mean, you got caught up in the random luck of getting gifted a sub by the algorithm. Remember, if you want to support this stream, you can support the stream directly and get perks over on the Patreon. Just saying. And eventually we won't need to worry about the constructs and requirements of Twitch. Man, we had 2 babies, and now we've had 2 dwarves go nuts. That's a pain in the butt. Kind of wish we didn't have any dwarves go nuts. It's kind of a huge bummer. Like the fact that we've had one dwarf go kind of tantrumy and then one just go completely nuts. Just kind of sucks. Hopefully they come back. And stop being tantrumy. I'm kind of insane. But what can you do? I'm also a little bit worried that trees are going to fall on people's heads right now. Ooh, that was a little close. Pigtail. Under with stockpile, do you store it? Oh, under what stockpile do I store it? I keep them over by my farm workshops. But you can kind of put them under anywhere. They're just under plants, under food. My eyes are not working properly today, and it's kind of frustrating. I'm not gonna lie. It's kind of really frustrating. When my eyes stop working and just start glazing over, it's like, why do you do this to me, eyeballs? I kind of wish Dwarf Fortress would put corpses into stealth and not tell you that something has been found dead until I actually find the corpse of it. I feel like that would be very kind of an improvement, honestly. Because if they didn't show you where corpses were until they were discovered, then it would be a lot more of a mystery when things start disappearing. Because the players can see it, even though the dwarves don't know they're there. No, that's not what happens. Corpses are visible to the player, even if the dwarves don't know they're there. I've had people die before, and I've seen the corpses before the dwarves see it. If a dwarf or somebody else in the fort finds it, then welcome back, Caffeine. If a dwarf or somebody else finds it, then what's the word? then it's exposed and you get the notification. Instead of the way it currently works. No. When people are missing, the player can still find them. It just means the dwarves haven't seen them yet, but the actual sprite is visible. Because I've discovered corpses myself before. You're looking in wiki, not the dwarf wiki. Wrong wiki! That's funny, actually. That you're looking at the wrong wiki. Yeah, but I was trying to make a point. Destiny Atlantis. I mean, it's nothing against you. You didn't get banned. You just got bopped. So consider it a love tap. It's just there are times where it's like chat's going in a direction that I really don't like. So like I'm just gonna shut this down. And if people don't take me seriously, I'm gonna shut it down. But you're all good. Because the problem with suggestions is usually if there's a suggestion like that, I've been given that suggestion 50 times already. And it's like, I really just... I run this stream. This is my stream. Just let me do what I want. This ain't a damn democracy. It's my show. Unless I let you guys vote on something. I suggest that that's not funny, and we should change the subject, Caffeine. Because you're just perpetuating everything that I'm talking about. A mini DF adventure? You know what I've wanted to see for a while, and I suggested this a while ago, or talked about this a while ago, is a Dwarf Fortress game jam, where people make little games and roguelikes, or game in any genre, based on the lore / stories of Dwarf Fortress. And I talked about this a while ago. It's still freezing rain outside. Caffeine. I talked about this a while ago, and chat just kind of got confused by it and was like, why does that need to exist? I'm like, because I'd like to see what people would make. Like, I want to see somebody make a point-and-click adventure game that's 5 minutes long based on the events of Boat Murdered. I want an elven cooking mini game match 3 where you're cooking your friends from battle. I want a building game where you have to grow a tree into the shape of a barrel. I want a text-based adventure with events from a Krug Smash fort. There's so much, like, there was a game jam which was really good, which was just called the Half-Life 3 game jam, where they just made Half-Life 3. It could be any genre or any style of game, as long as it's Half-Life 3, using lore and things from Half-Life to make Half-Life 3, or whatever that creator thought would be like Half-Life 3. And so there's everything from like endless runners to match threes to first person shooters to source mods to everything. And I don't know. I'd love to see a Dwarf Fortress game jam. And there's so many devs that play DF. I think it would just be really neat. But every time I bring it up, people just kind of scratch their heads. Called Beer Crush? I don't know if I'd call it... Actually, no, it would have to be called Beer Crush Saga. There you go. I'm like, I don't know if that's what I... No, it would have to be called Beer Crush Saga. I'm like, there's something missing here. Saga. That's the part that's missing. Like Duck Hunt, but with elves and a crossbow, clearly. And a crossbow. And a bronze colossus punching them into the air. So the reason they're up in the air, Caffeine, is because a bronze colossus is punching them. So you have a chained bronze colossus who's punching elves into midair, and your goal is to be a sharpshooter shooting the elves in midair. There you go. There could be a whack-a-mole game, but with atom smashers and tantruming dwarves. The dwarves tantrum and come out of the trapdoors, and you have to slam them with the drawbridge. Like, there's so many ideas of dumb shit you could do. A human caravan has arrived. What time of year is it? Oh, it's early summer. While we extend the size of this wagon. We're in the year 141. Good God. Good God. Time's flying. But, like, no. Like, every time I've brought it up, people have just been, like, blind. Dwarf Fortress is already all of those games. I'm like, I don't see no fucking match. I want Dwarf Fortress pinball, okay? But with, like, drawbridges and, like, you know. And more importantly, I want to watch Tarn Adams stream the winners. And I want to see Zach, like also stream the winners. I don't know. I just think that'd be cool. Doom DF, but you're shooting goblins. Like, someone just makes, like, a WAD mod for Doom. It's just reskins Doom so that you're just shooting elves and goblins. Ooh, you know what would be a really cool, like, idea? Would be, like, a match 3 game, but, like, as you match 3, a world generates in the background. Using DF assets, vanilla DF assets. I don't know. I think there's a lot of cool shit you could do there. Let's see if I can fill this whole thing up. Probably can't, but we can try. So just put all of the unicorns in here. And we just need to keep the unicorn population a little bit more reasonable, I think. And there we go. Man, so many wooden training swords. Good lord. All right, let's get all that stuff moved over. We should do a gacha game, but all of the character art portraits are the original DF assets. I mean, no, because I think the whole concept of gacha games should cease to exist because they're predatory and disgusting. But I kind of see where you're coming from. Trying to get all of this random stuff off of the floor here. There's this problem with DF where like items that get stacked up often bug out and then they can't be transported. Like there's just tons of items just sitting here that I need to remove from here, but literally can't. Straight unicorn has been slaughtered. There we go. The reason I didn't notice my unicorns were dying of hunger is because it's like the exact same color as them getting slaughtered. So I just thought they were getting slaughtered the way they were supposed to be. And didn't realize they were dying of starvation instead of like, you know, just getting slaughtered, as my unicorns do on a relatively frequent basis. Actually, no, I should leave those not like that because I need my trader. No. Diamond. And the reason I refuse to do that is because I want as little things on my stream as possible. And I find those keypad things kind of distracting. So no. And that's been suggested many times. And no. Because they move way too fast for you to actually follow what the streamer is doing. So, no. Absolutely not. We're waiting for my trader to show up. Where the heck are you? Could be you. It's not you because you're storing a cup. Oh, never mind. He veered off to go eat. So it probably was one of the ones that was coming up initially. I know what you're saying. I'm not going to do it. Also, how is that a suggestion? Like, I can't make mods or features for Dwarf Fortress. But like literally, it's called the wiki. Just go to the wiki. Like, why do you need that? just go to the wiki. Also, like, everything you need is listed right there. Okay, I need the building screen. All right, what do you need from here? I need cabinets. H. Place it. You don't, it's already there. I don't know. I don't understand the use case. I mean, I don't understand what the point of making that suggestion is, because that's not something I can just will into existence because you suggest it to me, and I don't particularly like it, because the Steam version is removing, well, the need for keyboard-only movement anyway, so you'll have the mouse, so who cares? Once you've hit it, you know what it is. Why do you need a history of your own key presses? Like, that seems kind of redundant. I don't see the point. But you're literally asking so that viewers know how to get to the same screen where you are at. I'm not going to do that. I'm not putting anything on my screen that will obstruct more of it. My camera's already obstructing too much. I don't like things on my stream. I don't like moving things on my stream. I'm not going to give you guys that. So, no. Absolutely not. When I hit I, you have a metal error? What do you mean by metal error? I don't understand what you're saying, Diamond. You mean mental? But no. What I said earlier. Absolutely not. And this is why I don't like suggestions. Unless I'm specifically asking for feedback on something. Because it always just ends like this, where I just go, no, 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 absolutely not, no, 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 no. And I don't like just saying no, because it makes me seem like an asshole. It's like, oh, this guy's just shooting people down. It's like, well, I don't know what you want from me. How do dwarves get interrupted by buzzard? Have you ever been hit by a flying bird? As somebody who's been attacked by a crow before, it makes perfect sense to me. I must have gotten too close to its nest or something, because I had a crow attack the back of my head. And buzzards are way bigger than crows. So, yes. But how do dwarves get interrupted by buzzards? Buzzards will just dive bomb dwarves. I'm not entirely certain why they do it, or why they have that particular behavior. But it's no fun. And now here I'm wondering, how did you get interrupted while or how did you get attacked by a bird in a car? Unless you hit a bird, which sucks. Regardless, though, chat, I think it's time to swap games. Because chat's gotten real lurky in the last little bit, and I'm getting kind of rambly. So. Are you telling me to do that? Or are you saying that that's something that should be in the game, Diamond? Because you can already do that with the manager. That's unfortunate, like Bear. Poor bird. Because if you're telling me to do that, no, because I don't need to. And if you're asking if that can be a feature in the game, it's already a feature in the game. You have to use the if-and statements. So you go to the manager screen, and then you hit C for conditions, and then you can add conditions, and you can get them to make more beer. So you're having that happen? So then don't make it on... I mean, you can fix that with the conditions statements. Like like you need to assign a manager. So if you assign a manager, and you go into the manager screen and tell them to brew drinks from plant, you can tell them to repeat the job in the conditions screen when there's one full barrel left, and then they will repeat it. I'm trying to decipher what Diamond is talking about, Crystal. That's the game I'm playing currently, so I'll be honest, I hadn't thought about it that much. Nervicious, what's up? It's good to see you. Today is normally my short stream day, so I don't know. I'm thrown off. I don't know. I never use it, but you can do it from that screen. I'm terrible with the conditions screen, but just go to the wiki and look up the conditions screen, and it'll walk you through it. Because like you can very easily set up repeating drinks. I just don't bother because I just keep an eye on how many drinks I have. Yeah, it's like like when there's X number of full barrels left, make drinks. You can assign that in the conditions screen. What B-Lug say? Maybe B-Lug can help you. I don't know. I don't use that screen, so I'm actually not that good at recommending it. I just know that you can do that from that screen. But anyway, that's it for Dwarf Fortress today. If you're here specifically for dwarves and you just want more Dwarf Fort, there are more people playing DF probably. There's a VTuber if you're willing to be terrified. And quite a few people actually streaming DF today. Nobody well, actually that's not true. I recognize Useroom. But aside from Useroom, I don't recognize anybody streaming. So I would recommend watching Useroom if you would like to watch more Dwarf Fort. Well, the question is, what do I feel like playing for the evening? I don't really feel like playing anything that requires too much brain. If that makes sense. So I don't really feel like playing any roguelikes. He says that, and then he's like, but I could go for some fucking hex cells, though. Hey, Narvicious. How you doing? I mean, hex cells is just a different type of minesweeper. Forget what I have installed. I just know I'm not done streaming. It's just I don't really know what I want to play. No, they're not a thing. They're just everywhere. Yeah, they're a thing.